Shouldn't you guys be in bed right now? Yeah, you wanna know why I'm actually awake? I was driving home and I ordered McDonald's. I'm also really stupid. I just brushed my teeth. I'll just eat in front of you guys, whatever. What's up, guys? Fabricio, V7, Kit Kat, Netriel, Soiled, Starseeker, Caitlin, Ichigo, Strawberry, Chizukeki, Strawberry Moo, Matrix, hello. First up, obviously the M&M McFlurry is the first thing. Jacorrict kid. Mikachu. Yo, can you guys just all order McFlurries? Let's just all be on the same wavelength there. Also, last stream, I had no idea that my game volume was so loud. Hi, Star Sapphire. Sapphire is my favorite gem. Like, I wish I was that gem. My goal in life is to gain weight. And so I'm eating this McFlurry for you guys. How long are you planning to play WoW? Like tonight or forever? Hello, Gito. Oh, God, Sean, what kind of sleep schedule is this? I'm telling you, I'm fucking addicted to WoW. Why don't you order McFlurry? I think all of us have the same goal in life, right? Aren't all of us trying to like gain weight? You guys know back in the day, the heavier you were, the richer you were. Only royalty was fat. That's what I'm trying to do. Hi, Shogun. Tone kneecaps to me feels like. Welcome to the stream, by the way. If that sounds to me like something that's really attractive. Could you deflect arrows? All right, what's your go-to order for McDonald's, guys? Where did you guys put my paper towels? Look, Gio, thank you for a sub. Welcome back for 5 months. I don't really know WoW, but I support Sean Sir forever. Thank you. You should always support your friend's addiction, no matter how bad it is for you. Oh, my fries spilled everywhere. I got a spicy McChicken and a fries. I'll give you $10 if it's under my bed. It's not under my bed. I'll be right back. Morning, Wayward. McChicken, but goddamn, next day has me praying. That's like me and Taco Bell. Not to be like really graphic, but I love Taco Bell. Like I could eat Taco Bell every day if it didn't do what it does to me. Make you doing for a sub. Only back for 2 months. Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can get to 60. Maybe it's possible. I mean, I almost died. I almost died twice getting to 14. I got helped by some random person. Doesn't know who I am. We've never had Taco Bell. So Taco Bell has like the best sauces ever. You can ask anyone. Like their sauce is so fucking good. Except I don't really like the Diablo one because it doesn't have like the right consistency. But Taco Bell, you actually just order tacos, so it's like vessels to hold the sauce, and then you just eat it. I'm telling you, Taco Bell has the best sauces ever. Sean, it's 2 a.m. I ordered McDonald's though. I feel like if I order McDonald's, I should just stay up. Skylar, hey. Skylar, thank you for the raid. For those of you who don't know Skylar, he is Relics. He's a friend from real life. He's really fucking good at Counter-Strike, really good at Valorant. Really handsome dude in general. Dude, this is the World of Warcraft life, man. I just woke up. I ordered McDonald's. I'm like really playing WoW. Except when I was in high school, sometimes I would drink a Monster Energy drink at like 1 a.m. and I would just play WoW until 7 a.m. I would go to school. What if you feel sleepy after that McDonald's meal? Well, McDonald's is pretty healthy for you. And it's a clean meal, so I don't think I'll feel tired. I'll just drink coffee. Although I heard that coffee doesn't give you energy. It blocks the receptors in your brain so you don't know that you're tired. Hey, System Win. What time do you wake up? Well, normally I wake up at like 2. Okay, I have to tell you guys something. When I played World of Warcraft at this hour, this late, all the time, I think I was depressed. But I'm gonna stay up so late that I can see the sun, and at like 8 a.m. I'm gonna go meditate outside, and then I'm gonna go to sleep. My brother's a doctor. He's a bone doctor. I don't know what that's called. He's worked on famous celebrities like legs, like fractures or stuff for that do sports. Um, he told me that I should drink like 2 to 3 cups of coffee a day. No milk, no creamer, just like black coffee. I have coffee downstairs in the fridge. All right. Night, Skylar. Yo, what's up, Chris? My case came. Is there a medical reason why he said that? Um, what happened was I was having really bad insomnia for a bit. And then I asked my brother, like, hey, is it okay? Is it healthy if I take melatonin every day? And my brother's like, yeah, you can take melatonin every single day, and it won't have any like side effects on you. Um, something that's like bad about if you guys take melatonin, what it does is it puts you to sleep. So it doesn't like knock you out, but it makes you like tired. And then so if you like close your eyes, you'll fall asleep in like 15 minutes. But if you're like up and about and like walking around and stuff, you won't even notice that you have melatonin in you. Melatonin, like your body starts producing melatonin like when it's dark. But because I have all these lights everywhere, it's like my body gets like confused. For me, something that's really sad is I love energy drinks. Like someone asked in my Discord, what's my favorite energy drink? My favorite energy drink by far is Monster Energy. I drink that unsponsored. But because if I have too much sugar intake now, I get like severe brain fog. So I don't drink energy drinks anymore. But when I drink coffee, I'm like super sharp. Like I can take the SATs right now. I take melatonin for children because I'm a child. Hey Sean, thanks for the good talks last stream. I became better than I was yesterday. That's all that fucking matters. In life, don't compare yourself to others. Just compare yourself to yourself. I promise, like, life is gonna be so much better. It's gonna make way more sense if you're just always working on yourself. Hot or cold coffee? I personally can only drink cold. I only drink cold. Um, I'll drink hot if it's given to me, like a friend like misheard and gives me hot. But I love cold. Like cold coffee is kind of like my comfort drink. But I just drink black coffee. I don't drink like Starbucks drinks. I literally just drink black coffee. And at first, like when I was a kid, I hated it. I was like, "Oh, what the fuck? Like, I can't believe adults drink this. It tastes like so bitter." But you kind of actually learn that like the better and high quality, more high quality the coffee is. So usually like Starbucks coffee is like decent to me, but a lot of times they burn it, and so it kind of has like a burnt, charred like taste, which is fine. But no, I am addicted to Starbucks. I love Starbucks. I even have stock in Starbucks. Coffee is like one of my favorite drinks, though. Teach us how you make your coffee. I buy it if I'm being super honest. My favorite coffee to just buy is blonde roast from Starbucks. That one actually tastes really good, and it doesn't taste burnt at all. But if I ever go into a Starbucks and get cold brew, it tastes super burnt. So I'm like trying to eat as fast as I can so I can hurry up and start playing. Good night, Griffith. You'll be missed. Hi, Bella. This is like a really weird. Why don't you play while eating? I don't want to get my keyboard dirty. My keyboard is like super expensive. Wait, if you guys go through my Twitter, there's like a picture I took of one of my keyboards, and it's fucking gross. It was like the grossest thing I've ever seen. And then I took out all my keycaps, and it's so gross. And I cleaned it. Do you eat only when you're hungry? No, I would say I'm not hungry now. I don't eat in a very well. I don't eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Who do you think will make it to 61st? You or John? Well, John's fucking online right now. I'm gonna join him in the Discord once I'm done eating. I think I will. I think I have less real world responsibilities than John does right now. So, sucks to be him. Hey, Tour. I have a lot of responsibility that I'm ignoring right now. So something that's actually like really therapeutic for me is like I'm not gonna finish this food. Fuck it, I'm gonna get coffee. I'll be right back. Don't tell anyone that I drink coffee, okay? Okay. There wasn't a lot of coffee left, so I just drank it out of the bottle. Which type of Starbucks coffee do you buy? I want an Instacart for this morning. It comes in like a nice, pretty like plastic bottle, and it's called blonde roast. The roast is what's really important for the taste. What am I avoiding? I think I'm kind of avoiding like life. Something that like it's weird that WoW is like coming back at this time because I don't know if you guys are addicted to anything, like any hobbies, or if you're addicted to like I'm pretty addicted to WoW. Or I was. I would say I'm not addicted to WoW. I think if you took World of Warcraft away from me right now, I wouldn't cry. But I think if you took World of Warcraft away from me when I was 15, I would cry. Like, I would actually cry. Right, Tor. I'm addicted to meta amphetamine. That's what Yoda is addicted to. I'm addicted to avoiding things I need to do for things I want to do. You know how you accomplish your goals? If you want to accomplish your goals in life, don't try and do everything. You see these post-it notes on my wall? They're really important. I have to start doing this again. Um, make a list of 5 things that you want to do. Let's say, for example, you want to learn to play guitar. You want to learn to dance. You want to learn to sing. You want to get good grades. Write on a post-it note 5 things that you want to do, and just do 3 of those things for today. Can just be for 15, 30 minutes. You'll be super good. A huge problem that I see people have. So I have this, and then I think I have ADHD. I should really go see a doctor about it. But I have ADHD where I plan to do something ahead of time. And if I don't do it, it's hard for me to like do things because there's so many unopened things that I want to do. And because there's so many unopened things, there are literally days when I like lay in bed and I just go back to sleep. Like I don't do anything. I like post-it notes because I love color. So I love color coded things. If you guys ever saw me take notes in high school, my handwriting is like my handwriting is like kind of is like okay, I don't want to say it's really pretty because that's like subjective, but I take like my time taking notes and make it color coded because that's just like the way I process. I just love organization through colors. I just ordered McDonald's. What a bad influence. What'd you order? I think McDonald's is good. Um, a lot of the post-it notes are workout goals. They're like max bench. I still have to do push-ups for you guys. Like on some of my post-it notes, it says like what my max bench was for that day, or what my max like back was, or like did I meditate that day? Did I stream that day? So a huge issue I have is sometimes I find it like really hard to stream. And like the streaming isn't the hard part. It's just really hard to like it's really hard to click start streaming. That start stream button is like it feels like ripping a band-aid off. It kind of feels like you're going up to the top of a roller coaster, but you don't know if the roller coaster is done. Like sometimes when I'm about to stream, I like okay, there's like I think she was like one of like the CEOs of Facebook, or she was like an important person at Facebook. And she kind of said like something that all people like struggle with is like starting stuff and like getting out of bed. So if you ever go back to sleep or you hit snooze on your alarm, you're just like fucking yourself over super hard. Even if you didn't get that much sleep, it's really important to wake up. I'm giving this is like the most contradicting advice ever because I just started stream at 2, but it's really important to sleep and wake up at a normal rhythm, or else like you'll go crazy. Oh, mango smoothie sounds so fucking good. I should got a smoothie. Um, but there's a lot of things in life that if it's like, I'm not like if there are some things in life that you don't do and it's not fear based. Like a lot of times I talk on my stream about like how how like to get overcome fear and like how to do all the important things in life. But sometimes like fear isn't the thing holding me back. Like sometimes I like wake up in bed and my head is like sticking out of the blankets and then my body's like super warm and I don't want to leave my bed. And so I lay in bed and I think like, oh, I should get up. But then I wait too long and then I'm like, oh, you know what? Like I'm pretty comfortable and I just go back to sleep. You're supposed to count down like just like a rocket ship like taking off. You're supposed to count down from 3. And you say like 3, 2, 1, get up. And just get up. And you'll feel so much better after you just get up. Because if you go back to sleep, you're gonna feel like shit when you wake back up. So it's like I like low key want to order an energy drink right now from 7-Eleven and just have it delivered. And I just full force today. In college, I pulled so many all-nighters that I think I got brain damage. Like I pulled like cuz I don't know, in college like all your finals are in the same week. And if you have too many finals on the same day, you can request to have your final move to like the next day or a day before. But I would pull so many all-nighters in a row just studying in the library with like my friends that I I swear I got brain damage or like something happened. Like my brain could not function. You begin to trust yourself the more you keep your word to yourself. Yeah. So something that you guys should think about, or maybe you shouldn't think about this because it's subconscious, but there are a lot of things in life that you don't know or think you can do, right? If I'm like, hey, can you like make a YouTube video that gets like 10 million views? You'd be like, oh, like I don't know if I could do that. Maybe I think you could over like time if you like practiced and studied, but you're always making promises to yourself, like whether you think so or not. Like when you leave your house to go to the grocery store, you're making a promise to yourself, like, hey, I'm gonna get to the grocery store. I'm gonna get in my car. I'm gonna go to the grocery store. I'm gonna buy groceries. I'm gonna come back. And you're not even thinking about like, there's no doubt in your mind of failure. Like I don't like wake up and I'm like, oh, I should go grocery shopping. Oh, but like, what if I don't make it? Like you're not thinking like that. You're just like, I'm gonna go to the grocery store. I'm gonna pick out like the foods I like and I'm gonna cook it. And then in your mind, there's no doubt. So you're making this promise to yourself, like, okay, I'm gonna like, I promise we're gonna go to the store. We're gonna get whatever we like. We're gonna come back and we're gonna love it. You know? And that's really important because you don't realize this, but you're actually super capable of like so many different things and you do so many things like every single day and it's crazy. Like it might just be like grocery shopping, but like it's like the post notes on my wall. If I work out for 30 minutes, that's kind of like that itself is like a very small feat, but over time, it's so crazy. If you do it just for 2 weeks, it's already crazy, you know? Yeah, I think the biggest thing is like do whatever you can to not psychologically limit yourself. Okay? Cuz something that I'm always trying to be really conscious of in streaming is if I'm ever like playing a game, I want people to understand that like I'm playing a game. That's why like sometimes I don't like when I play Valorant, I get like really serious sometimes because I really want to win, but at the end of the day, it doesn't matter if I win or lose that game. What matters is I play well in the game and I like improve. Cuz sometimes you're playing Valorant and you're playing out of your fucking mind. Like you played as good as you could have and you did improve, but you lost. And so you focus on the loss. But you should never think like that. All that you need to do in life is just work on improving yourself. Like imagine a world where like like there's no social media, no one like gives a fuck about other people. Like no one gives a fuck in terms of like you don't compare yourself to other people and all you do is improve yourself 1% every day. So you did like 10 push-ups yesterday, you did 11 today. You did like you ate like I don't know, this is a stupid example. You ate like 8 broccoli, you ate 9 broccoli today or like a carrot. Like every single day if you're just improving, you just become God. Like you become so godly and it's so easy to do You just have to start. And you're already like ahead of so many people because so many people just like don't start. They just stay in bed like me, like a loser, and I just sleep all day. Well, okay, I wouldn't say I'm a loser, but sometimes I've actually slept in my bed for 16 hours and I'm not even sleeping because I'm tired. I'm sleeping because I'm lazy as fuck. I'm realizing how different of a thought process I have now. I have OCD and it makes even normal tasks very loud in my brain. Yeah. I think I have OCD for really specific things. Like I have OCD in WoW, but because like you can organize things in WoW, it calms me down. Okay, it's time. It's time to get to this. I have no idea how long I'm going to stream for. I just really wanted to play WoW, and I don't want to play WoW off stream because I'd rather I play and then you guys are just here for it. Let me find. I kind of want to find a playlist first. Don't hate me, guys. I started listening to New Jeans in the car like yesterday, just to like hear their songs and find out which songs I like. I only like one of their songs. I only like Oh My God. I also didn't know that they were like 14, which is weird as fuck. But because they're 14, I think it was also like controversial about their cookie song. I think that's kind of weird. They don't sound like they're 14 when they sing. They sound like they're like in their mid 20s. Samus and Chill. I want I don't want to listen to a podcast. Oh my god, you guys know what I watched last night? Dude, I actually cried yesterday. Yeah, for those of you that don't know, New Jeans, they're like a bunch of 14-year-old girls and they sang a song which is Cookie, but it's kind of like a reference to like sex or like your pussy, I guess. But I think that's fucking weird. Like I think that if I'm a music cuz I'm like 1000% sure that like K-pop artists like don't write their own songs. Like their company like writes the songs for them and they kind of give them like that sexual appeal, but they're 14. So kind of like dude, like when I was 14, I was in 8th grade, like there was nothing sexy about me. Also, it's just like that's fucked in its own like thing. Okay. Anyways, I don't know if you guys watch, but I watched this show on Netflix and it's called Midnight Gospel. Okay. And it's essentially a show where it's kind of like it's actually realistic. It's kind of like streaming. Where I am the main character and am going to your world. Okay. Let's say you live on Saturn. Okay. Okay. Maybe this is not like streaming at all, but you'll understand. It's like a podcast. So I'm gonna go visit Saturn. I have a computer and I can like see like what the humans or what the life forms on Saturn look like, and I see what they look like, and then I pick out an avatar and I shoot myself over to that planet, and I'm as that avatar, and I interview people on the planet, and then I kind of get like, oh, like what are the moral philosophies of like your world, and then how do they compare to mine? And I'm like, oh, this is like fucking sick. It's such a good show. Anyways, I watched like 3 episodes of it a long time ago, like years ago. And then I watched the last episode yesterday, last night, and I was laying in bed and I cried. It was actually like such a good episode. So, for those of you that don't know, the main character, his mom died in 2012 or 2013 or 2014. It died like a while ago. The episode is he goes back to like he goes to his back to his home world. When he arrives, he turns into a baby. So the guy is like 30 or something. His character is like 30 years old. And then he shoots back to his home world, and he right when he arrives, he's a baby. It's like a very small version of himself. And the person that opens the door for him, it's called Midnight Gospel. And the person on Netflix, and the person that opens the door for him is his mom. And I don't know if it's voiced by his mom, but it's like it's really wholesome because it's like, do you guys remember like when you were a kid and you're like holding your mom's hand and then she's just like walking with you, like even as simple as like walking on the sidewalk or walking to the grocery store, it's like it's probably like one of the most wholesome moments like you'll ever have. And it's kind of why I feel like I'm super close to my mom. Like she's always kind of been my center of the universe. Like if I ever go through a breakup or ever lose like a friend or I ever, I don't know, go to jail or I ever, I don't know, if anything in life, no matter what, my mom is like the one person that feels like I have unconditional love. Like I think if I fought my mom in a gladiator arena, she would not hit me. I mean, I wouldn't hit her. Like I would not fight my mom, but she is like the person that would jump in front of like a fireball for me, or she would like, not to bring like Christianity into this, but she would like die on the cross so I could live, even if she's like not religious. And there's not a lot of people like that in the world, you know, and you kind of have this like bond with your mom. Like I think my dad would save my life, but my mom has shown to me that like no matter what, and like no matter how bad of a person you are, and no matter how rebellious you are in middle school, and like all the things that you like fuck up in life, like your mom, my mom at least, is like really there for me. And the episode, anyways, back to the episode though, it's really sad because basically the main character and his mom, they walk down a hallway together. I kind of want to just show you guys. Also, can you guys remind me when I play WoW, my spell effects are super fucking loud. I go back and watch my stream, not to like see how well I entertained, but I go back to look for audio issues because I installed my 4090. All my audio got reset, and World of Warcraft is fucking loud. Like when I'm casting spells, I'm surprised you guys can even hear me talking. Um, Midnight Gospel, mom.
That kind of brings us to the idea to something that you have been.
Do you guys care if I like ruin it for you? This is like, I swear to God, the whole world should watch this episode because it's okay if you don't like, if you watch the Midnight Gospel and it's like not your type of show, but you should watch the Midnight Gospel and just watch the last episode because it's just like, it actually made me want to call my mom and just like have a podcast with her because something that's like really scary and something that's really sad is like, you don't know like how many times you're gonna see your mom. Maybe you're closer with your dad. Okay, I'm not. I'm just happen to be closer with my mom, and it's just like there are a lot of things I don't say to my mom because I know she knows it. Like I think I know my mom knows that I love her, but I don't say it enough, and I don't like show it enough in like what I in my actions and like what I want to do. And like one of the things is like in life, if I made like millions of dollars, like the first thing I would do is just like spoil her because she's worked like super hard her whole life. She didn't have a childhood. She had to raise my brother when she was 17. It really feels like she was also like a girl born in the family of 5 kids, and she's not the baby of the family, so she's kind of like, okay. You should watch Midnight Gospel last episode. They talk about this a lot. I don't know if you guys have siblings, but um so I'm a middle child, so I didn't have a lot of pressure and expectation put on me. But when I was born, my brother, who's just like my regular brother, he becomes my big brother, right? And for a parent to put that title on a brother, like a kid, is a lot. To have to, it's kind of like contradicting because you're giving the title big to essentially a child who's really small, right? A lot of big brothers are like a year older or like 4 years, like not, they're not that much older. They're still kids. But when you assign the title big to an older sibling, you're kind of telling that sibling, like, hey, you're the older sibling now. You have to help mom take care of the younger sibling. You cannot complain. You have to set a good example for your younger brother or younger sister. And then there's these pressures put on you and you're just a kid, you know? Like when you're born to this world, you don't have the option to like you didn't choose the order you were gonna be born in. You didn't sign up for all the stuff. You didn't sign up for war. You didn't sign up for like the school you go to. You didn't sign up for everything in life. You know, you just thrown into life, and now you kind of have this like younger sibling, and now you have all this pressure to just like be a good example, be a good role model, and then you have to kind of put your needs second so early at a young age, you know? And it's kind of like it's unfair. It's unfair to the kid, but they talk about that in Midnight Gospel. I was like, you know, as an older brother to my sister, I like kind of felt that. I kind of felt like I had a responsibility to be better, and like she comes before me, and I still believe this to this day. Like my sister comes before me. It doesn't matter if I'm mad or I'm sad or like my life is like hell. I need to make sure that my sister's life is okay. And once that's okay, I can worry about me. And that responsibility is then also amplified onto my brother because he's older, but he's does like a really good job. Like my brother kind of has like all of his shit together. My brother, if you ever meet him, he has everything. I mean, maybe he hides it well, but he has career set. He has like relationship set. He has a kid. He has 2 kids. He's on the track of life. He has like life figured out. At least for me, an outside younger brother to him, he has like his interests, he has his hobbies, he has his like career, he has a lot of goals, he like works out. He has like done the American dream, and he has a diverse group of friends. And I know you're probably like, Sean, why does that matter? It matters. It totally matters, I think, to have like a huge diverse group of friends. Something that has always bothered me was when I went to high school, I kind of lost all my white and Hispanic and black friends, and I went to a high school that was 95% Chinese, and then my friend group became Asian, and it was only Asian. And I love Asians, but you kind of need a mix of different people because like if you're an Asian who's like adopted by like a white family or something, fine. That means I would say you're pretty different, but you need to like surround yourself with different types of people, even if you're not like friends with them, because you need to like, for example, okay, I'm a guy. All my like best friends, I had like I had like 2 girl best friends in high school, but I had 8 guy best friends. And so, but I usually hung out with the guy best friends, and like you kind of just see the world like from the perspective of a male, and I'm a male, but sometimes they would do stuff that's like it's not incelly, but it's like toxic masculinity, and then it would rub off on me, and I would think that that's normal. But you should like you hang out with like a bunch of diverse friends, and you hang out with like guys, girls, like, and then you grow as like a person. Good morning, Scar. I woke up at 1 a.m. and I ordered McDonald's, and now I'm here. And I'm gonna order an energy drink from 7-Eleven, I think. If you would like one, I can order you one. Our fridge has no energy drinks left. I didn't drink a full cup of coffee. I drank like 1/4 a cup of coffee because that was all I had left. Good night, Scar. It's hard when you live in a not very diverse area. Right. And I'd also say it would be really fucking intimidating if I walked up to a group of like white people and I was like, hey, can I like join your guys' like friend circle? Because the best friends that you make, I would say that you're making them like you guys can attribute to this, right? Like when you meet your best friend, you're not like trying to become best friends. It just happens. It's like falling in love. I know what I want to listen to. Hold on. How do you feel about your friend group now? I think my friend group now is the best friend group I've ever had. And I met them, if I had to tell you like how I met them, I would honestly say it's by sheer luck. Hold on. You guys wait here. funny that I asked you guys. It's funny that okay, fuck this. I'm not gonna play WoW. I thought about it. I'm just gonna not play WoW right now. I'm gonna instead podcast it up with you guys. Midnight podcast. Late night. Saturn is my favorite planet. I don't know. Maybe I'll play WoW. It's weird that I also asked you guys to stay here because it's like where else would you guys go? Like, you can't move. Like, you could turn off the stream, but you couldn't like move from your. You couldn't physically move, you know, in the location. Something I really like. Okay, something. Okay, this is crazy. My hair right now is a little bit long, so I have to get a haircut soon. But when my hair grows out too long here and the sides get long, my hair looks like one of the small Bowsers. Let me show you which one. Okay, this is not the music I thought it would be. It sounds too troll. The music is really troll. I think it's Ludwig. Not like Ludwig from... My hair looks like this. If I let my hair grow too long and it's permed, it looks like this. Can you guys see the resemblance? For those of you wondering what I added to my hair right now, it's like oil. So I can fix this. I can not look like this character. But now I just kind of look like a dog. I look like a dog that like... I just have to get a haircut. It's like growing too long. Now I look like... Look, I have a little wispy hair. But you know what? Bad haircuts build character, you know? Also, I'm totally gonna spoil this for you. I don't want to show you guys the podcast version. Okay, anyways. I cried during this. And it kind of reminded me of like how much I like care about my mom. And I don't think about my mom like often. But I happen to think about her in this moment in time. The episode is really cute because the main character teleports to his own home world and he becomes a child. And then he opens the door and then his mom picks him up. And like something that's really scary is I just turned 32 this year. And I don't know how old you guys are, but when you're a kid, your mom kind of stays the same age. Okay. So when I'm 1 through 18, I see my mom every single fucking day. And sometimes she's really annoying. And she's the best mom ever, but sometimes she's annoying and I fight with her because I'm a shitty kid sometimes. And your mom like doesn't age because you see her every day and you're kind of like, oh, like you're like the same youthful. Like my mom is the same as when I was 0, and like my mom is the same as when I was 18. Like she looks the same haircut. She dresses the same. Like she's like the same. Okay, I've seen like every outfit she's ever worn, and anytime she buys a new outfit, I see it so often right away that I'm used to it immediately, and I'm like calm because of it. In the Midnight Gospel though, it's really sad because he walks down. So he starts off as a baby, and his mom starts off as like a healthy age, okay? Of like, let's just say she's like 30, okay? My mom had me when she was 36, I think. But as the episode progresses on, they're walking down a hallway, and every like 4 minutes or 3 minutes, he starts aging. Like you see him as a baby and he starts growing up. And then the mom starts getting older. So about every 4 minutes in the episode, 5 years pass. And so you're watching them like because eventually like you stop holding your mom's hand, right? Like when you're like 1 to 6, you're holding your mom's hand. But then like as you get older, you let go of her hand. And like it doesn't mean that you care less. You just like that's like what little kids do. So you stop holding your mom's hand and you walk beside her, and it's like you have a different relationship now. And then you like keep growing older and keep growing older, and then eventually she becomes like old. Like she has gray hair now and you're fully grown. And then I kind of got this because my mom came to visit the OTV house last weekend or like a few weekends ago, and she looks older, and it kind of like threw me off because like she has like gray hairs now. She still looks young, but she's just older from what I'm used to, and it kind of like scared me a little bit. But it's like obviously she's gonna get older. Like I got old. I look older, but it's like this one thing in your life that you always think is constant. This one like parent that's always gonna like love you no matter what is now like you're reminded that she's like mortal. Like I'm gonna outlive my mom, I think. I hope I do. But it's like scary because you don't think about that. And at the end of the episode, basically the whole podcast though is him asking his mom, like, what was it like raising me? And she's a psychiatrist. That's like her profession. So she's really good at like talking about like what it was like. She's just really good at explaining things in a way that's like you would never think to think that way. It's really like eye opening. At the end of towards the end of the episode though, she gets so old that she's gonna die. And then he's grown up now in the same episode, and he has to put her on bed to rest. And then she dies. She dies in bed, and then like plants grow over her body, and then she like becomes energy in like the light sphere. And he's like crying. And it's like really fucking sad because like I'm gonna eventually have to do that. I'm gonna have to walk down that scary pathway one time. But then the end of the episode is like interesting because he gets pregnant right after his mom dies. Like energy goes into the air, and he gets pregnant, and he gives birth to a baby. It's like that's the only weird thing in this whole show. Okay, the show is weird, but that's the only like super weird thing. He gives birth to his mom, and she like comes back to life, and she's like a child. And then they kind of reverse the role, but she retained all of her memories from before. But then that's not it. And you're probably thinking like, Sean, this show's fucking weird. Yeah, it's weird, but it's good. Trust me, it's good. And then the mom and the main character actually become planets. And I know you're thinking like, holy fuck, where is this going, Sean? Oh wait, how do I want to do this? I'll do it like this. So the son and the mom become planets. Okay.
Yeah, because yeah, who wants to carry around this fucking weight?
You don't. I don't.
And then he kind of like has to watch his mom die for good. Like she cannot come back. It becomes like real, you know?
Well, I love you very much, obviously.
I love you too. And Duncan, that kind of love isn't going anywhere. That's
But
another thing you find.
it's really sad because his mom actually did die.
I may leave this plane of existence sooner rather than later, but the love isn't going anywhere. I'm as certain of that as I am of anything.
You guys should watch this episode, okay? This is like, if you don't have Netflix, I would buy Netflix just to watch this episode. Yeah, so I can feel like my eyes getting watery, but it's like it is his real mom. And so something I actually wanted to do with my mom. So my sister's an artist and she's an animator, but I kind of wanted to have like a podcast with like my mom and kind of just talk about like what it was like raising me and like how what were like the worries and like what was the difficult parts. Cause I don't know if you guys have ever asked your mom like what was it like raising me? And it's kind of like I think it's just like hard. The name of the show is called Midnight Gospel. It's on Netflix. It's like a really woke show, and the premise you might not like all the episodes. Like some episodes were kind of like, like I'll skip it, but you should probably just watch like the first episode and then watch the last. The last is super good. The rest of the episodes are like pretty good, but some are like just they're okay. I'm gonna order snacks. Chat, can you guys give me your favorite candies? I'm gonna try and learn about you guys today. The Midnight Gospel feels like it's a podcast first, and then it became an episode after. Sweethearts? Wait, Immuni, you're the first person I've ever talked to that's my favorite candy. I've never met another person that is favorite candy is sweet tarts. Like it's always like someone's like 10th favorite, but it's never someone's like favorite. Oh, I like sweet tart ropes. I like nerds ropes a lot. I kind of want chips. Can you guys give me chip recommendations? I would love any kind of chip recommendations. You know what's funny? So my whole life, not that like I'm being racist and like only these people eat this, but in middle school, I actually had like a lot of Hispanic friends, like a lot. Like I would say 50% of my friends are Hispanic, and I've never had Takis before in my life, but I've had hot Cheetos, and I love hot Cheetos, but I don't know if they taste like Takis. What are turtle chips? Honey barbecue Fritos. I'm gonna get 2X hot Cheetos, extra flaming hot Cheetos. Barbecue Lays are my mom's favorite chips, so I'll get that in honor of her. Okay, chat, I'm gonna ask you guys the question because I think you guys can answer this better than me. Should I have kids? I think if I had $1 million right now and I could invest it, I would have a kid right now. And I would just like raise the kid and have fun raising the kid. I don't know how someone can like raise a kid and work full time. That seems like very not good. That doesn't seem that great. I could just adopt you guys. But you guys better behave. I know, okay, I fucking know if I adopt you guys as my kids, I know for a fact you guys are gonna play it on your Game Boy or whatever mobile device you have. And then I'm gonna tell you, okay, time for bed. And you guys are gonna go to bed, and I'm gonna see you like this. Like you're gonna be fucking on your little Game Boy or whatever the fuck and playing games, and then when the instant I walk into your room and open the fucking door, you're gonna pretend to go to sleep. And I know you're not gonna fucking go to sleep. No, I know you guys are smart enough that you wouldn't raise your knees, but I know you fuckers would stay awake, and I would have to make sure. I would have to like body slam you to make sure you fell asleep. Hi, Sarah. Yeah, I was gonna play WoW, and then it became a podcast. But what can I say? Also, I'm gonna be making a podcast. Oh, I was ordering snacks. I was gonna be making a podcast. I don't know if I don't know if I want to talk about with like who it is yet, but I promise it'll be funny. I promise. Oh my god, I'm gonna get chocolate milk because I'm like a child. Should I get Nesquik or should I get Yoo-Hoo? Low-key, one of my favorite things. Yoo-Hoo tastes like chocolate water. Like in a good way or in a bad way. I'm also gonna get a can of dry. All right, do we have $15 worth of stuff? Wow, we got $19 worth of stuff. I low-key don't like Gushers. I'm gonna keep it real with you guys. I had Gushers all the time. I spent $50 today on Uber Eats. I'll probably regret this. But today kind of just felt like a day that I want to just do what I want to do. And like that's fine. That's fine. It's fine. We'll just all play Raid Shadow Legends later and it'll be fine. And you guys will join my guild and like we'll collect the bag and I'll just like order us food, you know? Does 7-Eleven have, well, my voice like almost cracked. Does 7-Eleven have dried mangoes? I feel like mangoes are like one of the best fruits of all time. I think on my tier list when I was a kid, I didn't like mangoes, but now they're like S tier. Especially if they're dried and coated with sugar. It's like S tier. Would you guys say that you're close with your parents? Something that's really interesting though is my mom didn't really guide me in a lot of ways. Like she never really told me what to do. I would just do things I wanted to do. And sometimes I would get shit on, and then she would always like help me up type thing. I'll have you deliver dried mangoes from the Philippines. I heard that in the Philippines, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm an ignorant American from California that has like 20 billion people in it. That's like super overpopulated as fuck. I heard that if I were to come to the Philippines, there like you could get to me no matter what. Like the Philippines is like a size that you would be able to like drive to me. So if you came to California and you went to San Francisco, which is probably like the other major city that's on the opposite side of California, I could get to you in 7 hours if I drove. I could get to you roughly in 7 hours. Ask for a refund, Kaylin. No joke. No drivers want to do McDonald's orders in my town, so it has a $20 delivery fee. It's insane. Yeah, because I live in such a populated... Like, I just ordered 7-Eleven, and I'm tipping $3. But, like, there's so many drivers that you can tip, like, kind of whatever you want. Something I don't like about tipping my Uber drivers, I don't like that I have to put in a tip amount before they give it to me. Like, how do I know I'm going to get it? You know? It's kind of backwards. Like, I should get the thing first, and then I tip. Isn't that what tipping is? It's, like, based on how good the service is. But I didn't get the service yet. So, also, just so you guys know, tipping originated from slavery, okay? And we should get rid of that. Also, Loki, I'm selfishly, like, I don't want to tip. I think that companies should pay their employees more. Because I think that corporations, not all restaurants. I think if you're, like, a family-owned business, that's fine. It's fine to have tips. But if you're just, like, fucking, like, I don't know, you're like Subway or like you're just like something that I don't know had like I don't think everywhere should be able to tip. And I know it's subjective, like, oh Sean, like you can't gatekeep like who can tip and who can't tip. It's like, okay, dude, I think that the people who really need the money should ask for tips. I think if you don't really need the money, then you shouldn't ask for tips. And like just honor system. Like if I open a restaurant and I just starting out, yeah, I would like if I receive tips. But if I'm popping the fuck off, I'm like, okay, yeah, I don't need tips. Like, people of my city, keep your money. But everyone is so consumed by like greed and like making so much money. But it's just like, dude, do you not see like what's happening here? It's like you're creating like so many problems for everyone. Yeah, in like Japan, you don't really tip. And so like if you pay for something and then you give them money, Japanese people like will not take it. They think it's weird. They're like, oh no, like we don't want this. You guys should take a spontaneous trip to the Philippines after Japan. I want to go to the Philippines. Like I just want to go to the Philippines even if it's by myself. And I just want to like walk around and like see what it's like. I can blend in. Okay. I think if I went to the Philippines, I could be Filipino. And this isn't me doing what's it called? What's it called when you try and like be something that you're not? Like if I go to Japan, I think I could blend in. I just wouldn't open my mouth. And if I went to Korea, I think I could blend in. Unsure. A lot of people growing up thought I was Korean, or they didn't know what I was based off how I looked. And then they would always guess Korean first. And then they would say, oh, you're not Korean, you're Chinese. I'm like, no. And they're like, oh, you're Vietnamese? I'm like, no. The other Asian that everyone thinks of after you guess those, they're like, oh, you're Japanese. I'm like, yeah. Please don't go alone in the Philippines. Why? Do you think I would get kidnapped? I would say I'm pretty fast. Like I'm pretty agile. Like if someone tried to kidnap me, I think I could run faster. Tipping happens in the West primarily, but that's because slavery happened primarily in the West. Like I know a lot of countries had slavery, but that was like different kind of slavery. Like Egypt has like Egyptian slaves who like built the pyramids, but that was like different. That wasn't like plantations and like you own the humans. It was more just like build this pyramid or the pharaoh will smite thee and then like all the gods will be upset. I think we should get rid of tipping. I think tipping is like a barbaric old thing of the past. I also think we should get rid of the way we vote in America. I think everyone's vote should be equal. I would vote every single time if my vote was equal to everyone else's. But it's really stupid that like my vote is like 1/1000th of a vote of like Utah. Like Utah gets to all vote. And then there's 2 people in Utah who gets to like really vote. And they don't have to vote according to their people. And I'm just like, that doesn't sound like democratic at all. That sounds like as a country, every person gets to suggest who they want to vote for. And then the representatives of the states get to do whatever the fuck they want. Like all of us could vote Democrat. 100% of us could vote Democratic. And our 2 representatives, they might throw their career away, but they could just be like, we vote Republican. And it's kind of like, what? That makes no sense at all. I think if majority of people, I get why they do it, but that's not a good enough reason to me. I don't care if you're from like some state that like doesn't have the same influence as my state, because let's say Utah randomly for those of you who don't know, Utah is like a meme state to me. It's like where you would go, and if you drove to Utah, it would be like there. So if you come to LA, it's like we have Hollywood and we have like actors and we have entertainers and we have what made Pokemon Go? What made Pokemon Go? Atlantia. Niantic. We have Niantic in LA, but if you go to Utah, my stereotype is like, what's in Utah? Oh, it's like world's biggest potato. It's like, oh, world's biggest rocking chair. It's kind of like, that's like the stuff I would find in Utah. So I kind of meme the fuck out of it. Also, I feel like their population is tiny. Utah, I think that someone's vote in Utah should be the same as my vote. Because I would arguably also say I'm more cultured. Not that I'm gatekeeping your vote, but I think that in Utah, it's not only white people, okay? I think that I have met like every race. I think I've met every race. I've like heard every language. I've like eaten every food. In Utah, they probably just eat like hot dogs, or like I don't know what the fuck, hamburgers. Like I don't even know if they've ever eaten Japanese food. You know, I'm gonna Google it right now. Japanese food in Utah. I'm ignorant as fuck. They have Japanese food there, but I don't know that. What's like okay, how about Japanese food in Maine? Okay, I guess we've taken over, guys. But I guarantee if you went to a Japanese restaurant in Utah, it would not be Japanese people running that. What state has the least amount of Japanese people? California's number 2. The least amount of Japanese people is in Mississippi. Japanese food in Mississippi. I know. We had to all learn that in our school. Dude, these Japanese restaurants have hella good reviews, man. Maybe I'm just ignorant as fuck. I still think, though, that my vote should be equal to someone in Mississippi. Okay? What are your thoughts on the system in Australia? I don't know anything about Australia. The only thing I know is your guys have bugs that are bigger than my face. And if I saw that, I would scream. And I would always have a shotgun in my house. The practice of tipping began in Tudor England. In medieval times, tipping was a master-serf custom wherein a servant would receive extra money for having performed superbly well. Yeah, it's tied to like ownership of other humans. And it's just like, it's fucked, okay? Tipping is just like a reward-based system that has, for some reason, gone onto like civilization randomly. Thoughts on gun control? I think no one should have guns. I think no one should have a gun. I don't care. Okay. I lied. There's one time in which I think you should have guns. Okay. I think that the only time I think is acceptable to have a gun is if you're defending your house from a intruder and they also have a gun. That is the only time. I think most burglars that break into your house, if you whip out a gun on them, they run. They run the fuck away, okay? I don't think they're really armed with a gun. If I'm breaking into like a suburban home, I'm not like, I don't have a gun on me. One, I don't have a gun on me because I'm not trying to kill anyone, because then I'm in jail for the rest of my life. And two, if I break into someone's house, like my goal is to steal stuff. I've never like broken into someone's house and I'm gonna kill this family and like, yeah, and then run away. Like that's pointless as fuck. Like, why are you here? You're not getting anything. Also, if you break into someone's house and you don't use the gun, but you have a gun on you and you get caught, you're fucked. Like, then it's just like you framed yourself. Now it's like, you didn't come in here to harm anyone, but you have a gun? Okay. I personally think that there is no way to have perfect gun laws because I think what we have right now is fucked. I think at this point in America, I think everyone should lose their guns. I think the United States Army should lose their guns. I think in Valorant, you should lose your gun. I think that guns are so out of control in America that I would be okay if everyone lost their gun. Even every video game lost their gun. And instead we used like water guns or something, or like a candy gun. Okay. Personally, I like the gun control laws that Japan has. So if you want a gun in Japan, it takes anywhere from 10 to 20 years. So you register for a gun and then you have to like, they make the process, like, you know how you have to get your license at the DMV in America and it takes forever. You can have an appointment to go to the DMV and it's like you wait minimum 2 hours. Even if you show up early, I had an appointment for 8 a.m. I purposely chose 8 a.m. because it's so early. I got there at 6 a.m. And then if you have an appointment at the DMV, you wait in the appointment line, which is just a shorter regular line, and you still are kind of merged with the regular line. And so I'm just waiting. I'm like, what was the point of making the appointment? Like, I'm here at 6. And like, what the fuck? I was there before the doors opened to the DMV to get well, anyways, it was so fucking dumb, okay? They should make it really fucking annoying to get a gun. It is so easy to get a gun in America. You could go to a store and I could get a gun today. I could go to the store today and buy a gun. And I don't think that they're really going to like check me. they're gonna be like, oh yeah, like blah blah blah, rough, blah. Okay, you're good. Here you go. Okay, because they just want to make money. I think the problem with guns, I hate every single argument that anyone with that is pro guns has in America. Because their logic is, I need a gun to defend myself from the government. I'm like, how? How can you defend yourself from the government? You're telling me if a SWAT team came to your house, you're John Wick? You think you could beat 10 SWAT team members? I don't think you could beat one SWAT team member. They flashbang the fuck out of you. They'll just also they would bring a tank. If you had like an assault rifle, I would bring a tank to your house and just obliterate you. I would brimstone ult your entire house. And when you jump out of the brimstone ult, I would brimstone ult you again. And you can't buy a brimstone ult in Walmart, but the army can. The army can build a bomb that they can drop. They could put landmines out. They could okay. America puts so much money in the Rifle Association and guns. If they wanted to fight you, you would okay, the dairy market could beat you. If you had all the guns in the world, you could not even beat the dairy market. They could just send so many cows to your house that you would run out of bullets, and then the cows would just like poop everywhere and you would die from like methane kill. Like, I fucking hate the logic of like, I should have a gun because I want to be able to defend myself from the government. Because I'm thinking like, you're fucking stupid. That was like back in George Washington times, and you have a gun and you fight a guy on like a horse. Like, hello, a tank has been invented. Heat-seeking missiles are invented. UAVs are invented. Like landmines. Like, you lost. You fucking lost. So like, put the gun down. You fucking lost, okay? I get it if you want to defend yourself from a burglar, that's fine. But if you're gonna really be at a rally and you're gonna say, I want a gun so I can defend myself in case the government turns on me. Okay, sure. It feels to me like you're low-key like an incel who lives under a rock and you've never like had any real world experience. Okay, the next thing of why I think no one should have a gun is I think humans are really emotional. I'm emotional. You guys have seen me. I get really emotional. Like, I cried watching the Midnight Gospel last episode last night, okay? That shit was fucking good, and I cried. Humans, have you guys ever seen like Road Rage or like Beef, the show on Netflix with Ali Wong? Like, you sometimes just like lose your anger. Like sometimes you're just fucking mad. Like sometimes like life shits on you and you get pushed against the wall, or you get bullied at school, or like you have a problem that you can't get over, or like let's say that you're born with like you're born with like a compromised immune system, and so you're constantly in pain your entire life, and you get bullied at school, and like you grow up in like a family that doesn't like help you or support you, and you just feel alone, and like you just like you're fucking sad. Like, I was depressed in high school, and like let's just say you have mental illness. Like, holy shit, sometimes life is like too much, okay? And sometimes in League of Legends, I'm 0-7, okay? And I know I'm 0-7. I fucking know I lost lane. I know I fucked up. I'm 0-7. I know I played like shit this game. And this bastard on my team types to me, hey, you fucking idiot. You're 0-7. And he question mark pings me. And I'm like, okay, listen. If you question mark ping me at 0-1, it's okay. If you question mark ping me at 0-2, it's okay. You question mark ping me at 0-3, I'm slightly tilted. I'm like, listen, dude, my support sucks ass. I may have played bad, but there's 2 people down here inting as fuck. You question mark ping me back at 5 deaths. I am Google searching your username so I can figure out what your real name is. I am stalking the fuck out of you, and I'm trying to find out where you fucking live. If you question mark back ping me when I'm 0-7, it's I'm telling you guys right now, when I played League of Legends every single day, I was so fucking toxic. I will get chat restricted immediately. I will make sure that you know that I know that you know I'm 0-7. I'm just saying, like, in life, humans are really emotional, and sometimes you are like pushed up against a wall, and you are not in your right state of mind, and you do not want to have a gun, okay? Because A statistic that I think that really speaks volumes is like women have it way harder than men in 99% of things in life, okay? I don't give a fuck if you think that it's equal. It's not, okay? Men's greatest fear is being laughed at by a woman. And women's greatest fear is being killed by a man, okay? Just like think about that for a second. Think like how drastically different those two things are, okay? It is super unfair. If someone ever harmed my mom or my sister, I will end them. I will find them and I will literally just like Yamada cannon the fuck out of them. I will grab another Sean and I will fuse together and become an Archon from StarCraft and I will power overwhelming eradicate them with electricity. But that being said, why I brought up that like women have it so much harder in life is in America at least, men commit suicide like way more often. And they usually do it with a gun. Okay, because a gun is like a pretty surefire way to like make sure that you finish, like you're successful with the suicide. Okay, however, women on average tend to try and commit suicide more, but they don't use a gun because they're not fucking dumb, and they survive a lot of the time. So men have more successful suicides than women, and women attempt to commit suicide way more. But like I said, the issue with owning a gun is it's too instant. It's way too like in the moment you can become relevant. And in life, people always like wonder like, "Oh, like their upbringing like must be so bad," or like, "Why do people do graffiti? Why do people like join gangs? Why do people like do all these things? Like that's just like blah blah blah." And then they're hella racist or they have like some systemic racist stereotype that they say, but it's kind of like no, like it happens because like you're not heard. And that it sucks. It sucks if you're in a world where like you always feel like you just can't be heard. Like your opinion doesn't matter. You have no power. Your parents don't listen to you. Your school doesn't listen to you. You feel like you're falling behind in a system that's like stacked against you. And so like why people do graffiti, I used to always look down on people that did graffiti growing up. I was like, oh, you do graffiti because you just like want to make the world worse. You're like evil. That's like such a bad thing for you to do. But that's not true at all. If you look at why someone does graffiti, it's because it's a way for them to be relevant. Like you can spray paint on a wall, and although it's like illegal, what you're doing though is you're becoming relevant because you're creating this thing. Like all these mega corporations, they have advertisements, billboards, they have like all this stuff, and you can't do anything about it. But the instant that you do graffiti, you're like creating art that's yours. And even if your art isn't good, it's just like a signature. It's kind of like you're marking territory to show like, at least I have this in life. At least I have this one thing in my control that I want. And then ever since like I thought of it like that, I'm kind of like, oh, like I get that. Also, like when there's school shootings or mass like killings and stuff, it's like that person probably feels really irrelevant in life. And because they can get a gun, they become relevant. Like if you walk into a bank and you're just like unarmed, you're not really relevant, you know? And if life you're like bullied your whole life or like you don't fit in or you're unpopular, everything that you like no one else likes, you feel irrelevant. And being irrelevant in like a world that's constantly like you need to be relevant in, it like drives you crazy. So like the instant that you bring a gun somewhere, you're instantly relevant. If you come up to me and you have a gun, you are super relevant to me because my life is now in danger and you're getting this like attention. Even though it's basically like you're becoming infamous instead of famous because you're like reaching for that grasp. And that's why like the gun laws in America suck because there's no mental health checks. If I went to go buy a gun today, they have no idea who I am. They don't know that I stream on Twitch. I play World of Warcraft. Okay, honestly though, if I was like, oh, like they're like, what do you do for a living? Like, oh, I play a druid named Shadowless on World of Warcraft. They'd be like, oh, that's harmless as fuck. But I like the system of Japan because, listen, I think that there's no way that you are like, I've been depressed before, okay? I've had suicidal thoughts at different points in my life. But it has never stayed for 10 years, okay? If I'm gonna go out and buy a weapon of any kind, a katana, a seppuku knife, a gun, whatever, if I have to wait 10 years for that, then it's kind of like, oh, like that's, I don't want it in 10 years. I just want it now. Because when you're thinking of like depressive things like that, it's really right now. You're not really thinking about like 10 years from now. You're like, no, I want like this thing now so I can do my thing right now, you know? Also, my thought process is if you have a gun, you can only kill with a gun. There is no such thing as Mercy, Mercy from Overwatch, where she has a healing gun. That does not fucking exist, okay? Guns only take life. They cannot heal. They cannot really, like, when you, even when you're defending yourself, you're just taking a threatening life away. It's like not a very good thing to have, okay? I think that guns are actually the primary reason why I want to leave America. Outside of guns, I think America's like pretty great. I do think there's a lot of corruption, but there's corruption in everything, every country. I think Twitch, okay, I don't know if Twitch is corrupt, but I think me streaming on Twitch is not corrupt. I try to help people as best I can. What country would you like to move to? I would want to move to. Can I look at a list of countries really quick? I want to move. Okay, you guys can tell me if you know a friend from this country or you visit this country, but I kind of want to just go. I want to make sure I go to a country where when they see me, they don't stare at me. Like I don't want to go to a country where they see a Japanese person and they're like, "What is that? That doesn't look like it's from here." I do not feel comfortable living there. I low-key want to live in a country that doesn't have a lot of people, which is probably not like very open-minded to me being there. Like I want to move to like, okay, so out of all the Asian countries, okay, this is my stereotype. I'm so sorry if you're from these stereotypes. I'll just say this about Japan because I'm Japanese, but I think a lot of Asian countries also think similarly in the way that Japan does. Something that I really hate about Japan is it's really sexist there. Like, whenever I think about government and like where I want to live and all that stuff, like, I have a sister and a mom who are like perfect to me. And if they have to grow up in a country where it's like super unfair towards them, like in in like in like Muslim culture, it's like very strange to me that the woman has to like hide her beauty and then the man like doesn't have to do anything. And it kind of makes me think like, oh, because like men can't control like their lust, the woman has to like suffer. And so I'm kind of like, that feels like really bad because like, it's for example, like once upon a time on Twitch, like a woman couldn't wear like a tank top because like men couldn't handle it. I'm kind of just thinking like, but men can wear whatever the fuck they want and it's fine. Like, and I'm also just talking about like women who just like wear whatever they want to wear and they're like just trying to like be themselves. It's kind of like, yeah, just let them be themselves. Also, like, it's like crazy to me because it comes from like a sense of jealousy where like I remember like guys who streamed on Twitch would always be like, oh, like all these like women are like taking like my viewers or something. I'm just saying like, no, I think that's like a completely different demographic. Like, I think when someone comes to my channel, they're not here for politics. I know we're talking about politics, but I swear to God, I do not talk about politics a lot. Like, I do not give a shit about I will care about politics once my vote is equal to some guy in Mississippi, okay? The world is unfair, but I want to live in a world where it's like the most fair. Something that always drove me crazy growing up was my dad would always tell me, if I ever had struggle, my dad would always tell me, life isn't fair, Sean. And I'd always think like, but you're my dad. Like, you're my dad. And like, it would usually be something that I asked my dad, and my dad would say no. And I'd be like, oh, why not? That's unfair. And he'd be like, life isn't fair. And I'd be like, but you're like my dad. Like, the rest of the world is going to be super unfair to me. But you are like my father. You can be fair to me if you want to. And I think that you should be fair to me because I'm your son. And maybe that feels entitled, but I try to be really fair to everyone in my family. And it's just like, because you matter to me, even my best friends, like I try and be super accommodating. I try and be like more than fair. Like if, for example, I don't know if you guys watched Jody's stream that we were all on, but like John messed up the Jenga tower and he had to do all the punishments, but it felt unfair. Like I said that rule as like a joke, but then it happened, and then I thought we were gonna get like way more. Basically, for those of you who don't know, we played Jenga, but there's punishments on the Jenga blocks that you're pulling out. And if you knock down the tower, you have to do all of the punishments remaining. And we only pulled like 2 punishments. So John had to do like 8 punishments or something. But I felt bad. Like I was like, oh, like this shouldn't be like one person suffers because like we're all friends. So let's jump in the pool as like a camaraderie thing. Anyways, I don't remember what we were talking about. Asian parent be like that. But the thing is, like, my dad isn't like Asian. Like, you know how like if you have immigrant parents that come, like they fucking suffer. Okay. Like I cannot imagine coming to a country where you don't speak the native language and all the cards are stacked against you and you can't get loans and everyone in the country like low key hates you because they're racist, and like you just want to vibe, man. You just want to start a life, whatever the fuck. My great grandparents came over to America, okay? My great grandparents, both sides, came over here, start a farm, because all you can really do like when you come over is like start a farm, like, or like it, like that's one of the only things you can do. World War II happens. Japan is like, hey, let's fucking bomb Pearl Harbor. They bomb Hawaii. Everyone in America now hates Japan. Like, they are just like, fuck Japan. Fuck Japanese people. If you have Japanese blood, you are going to internment camps. My great grandparents were put in internment camps. My grandparents were put in internment camps. My great grandparents made my grandparents forget Japanese, only speak English. They said if you speak Japanese, you will be killed. So only speak English, okay? So my parents are like, so then my parents obviously only speak English. So they're not like Asian parents. They're just like Americans now. And then they have me and my sister, my brother, and they're like, hey, you might get bullied for being Japanese. We're going to make sure you guys have English ass names. Your name is Sean. Doesn't get more American than Sean. And it's kind of like, at that point in time, when my dad said that to me, it like pissed me off because I hate saying life isn't fair. That's like a shitty thing to say to your kid, because you should know what fair is, because you should be good to people that you love. Like I don't even think I was asking for anything like crazy. Like I didn't want a Lamborghini. It was literally like something like, it probably has something to do with like cooking dinner, and like something where like I have to cook dinner and wash the dishes and do this and do this. And I was like, that's not fair. Like, how come I have to cook and do dishes? Like, how about you cook, I'll do the dishes, and I'll set the table or something? And he was like, no. And then, but my dad had this thing where he would always be bothered by something that I did, even if it was on accident, and he would not say it. And I would have to figure it out myself. He reminded me kind of like when your girlfriend, not that it's like your boyfriend also does, but like when your girlfriend says like, you know what you did. And I'm here thinking like, what the fuck did I do? Like if you were to go into my brain, it's 5 little Seans playing trumpet sounds, and they're all playing at different pitches and different tones, and they're trying to out trumpet each other. And that's my brain thinking. And then she's asking like, you know what the fuck you did. So figure it out, apologize, and do it. but I can't apologize if I don't know what I did. Like, did I leave the toilet seat up? Did I like eat the last chocolate? What the? I don't know what I did. When I say I don't know what I did, I'm not playing stupid. I just am stupid. Like, maybe it's a way to teach you that. No, I'm telling you, my dad. Okay, this is something that is like kind of wholesome, but like kind of will paint a picture of how my dad is. So after college, I know it's more common now. After you graduate college, a lot of times it's really common that you move back home, right? So you move back home because it saves a fuckload of money. I don't know how the fuck you're supposed to just graduate college and get a job and pay off your student loans and live life. I think it's really hard to do that, especially nowadays. I think money is like pretty hard to achieve great amounts of, unless you're just like born into a family that's smart and pushes you to be really great. Because most families aren't like that. Like my family was like that. They were very much like, listen, Sean, you need to have fun in life, but there are some times in life where you need to like buckle down and get like really fucking serious. Like that was instilled into me. Like you need to work hard, but don't like kill yourself working, but you need to really work hard. Like high school is like really hard, but you need to do really well, do well in SATs, do well in AP tests, get into a college, and then like after you get into college, we'll get off your back. Okay. But right now, focus up, get into a good college. We'll leave you to fuck alone after that. And they, for the most part, left me to fuck alone. They also left me alone like while I was getting into college because they could just see that I was like really unhappy with school. And like when your kid's unhappy, it's like it's so obvious. Okay. I would like come home hella sad. My parents would be like, how was school? And I'm just like playing with my spaghetti. And I'm like, it was okay. I'm fine. And they're like, are you really fine? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine. And like sometimes you just like realize it was like I was kind of going through stuff in high school where I felt alone and I kind of thought like, oh, you're my parents and I know that you love me, but you can't help me. I need to like do this on my own, you know? And that's normal. I think that everyone kind of goes through like sad phases in life and you're really lucky if you meet the right people who can help you. But a lot of times like you can't even help yourself. So don't feel bad if you feel sad and you feel alone. That's super normal. I grew up in an Asian family. They tell you to take a step back before we even try to fight for our right and happiness. My parents will tell me to go fight another person. They just won't tell me to fight them. Like I used to go to the mall when I was a kid. So in Milpitas in North California, there's a mall called the Great Mall. And this mall is like really famous. It is like a great mall. It is huge. It is great. Okay. Like on Black Friday, you would always go with your friends and like camp outside. And like this mall had everything. It had like every store you'd ever shop at in high school. It had like every electronic. Its mall has everything. It is huge. Okay. But there was this one clothing store that had a playground in the center of it. And when I was a little kid, my mom brought me there and I went into the playground and there was this little girl and I was like playing and she pushed me and she said, "You can't play here. This is my playground." And I was like super shocked. I was like, what the fuck? Like, this is your playground? Like, is that true? And in my mind, I'm thinking like, I want to fight this bitch, but I don't know if this is actually her store or something. Like her mom was like, "What is happening?" Anyways, I go outside and then my mom's like, "Oh, are you done playing?" I'm like, "That girl pushed me. She said that this is her playground and I have to leave." And my mom's like, "Dude, go fight her." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And I remember like I'm like kind of walking back to the playground. And I'm kind of thinking like, am I supposed to like punch her in the face? Like I've never fought someone before. Is this really good? I'm like 7. I'm kind of thinking like, is this like my first fight? I'm about to beat the shit out of some girl in a playground. I don't know her age. She looks like my age. I could definitely beat her up though. Like I think I have the physicality to just like box the fuck out of her. But am I really gonna? It was just me and her in the playground. It was not like me and a bunch of kids. It was literally just me and her. So I'm thinking like, okay, my mom just said to beat up this girl. Oh, I don't think my mom knew it was a girl. I think I said it was a kid. So my mom's like, "Oh, go beat up the kid." And I'm like, "Okay." And I don't even know if my mom was joking. And I'm just like thinking like, I didn't fight this girl, by the way, but I really thought about it. I remember looking at her playing in the playground, and then she like looked at me, and I was thinking like, thinking back, because I'm a kid, I could have got away with it. I should have fought her. I should have just humbled her ass. Unless she low-key has like a special talent and she could suplex me, I think I could just beat her. I wouldn't like obviously like really beat her up. I would like push her or something. So yeah, my parents are not down for gun violence, but they are okay with fighting for what's right in the world. Like, that's why I'm really afraid of going to a country that's racist, because I'm afraid that I'm going to call the cops one day and they're going to be like, "Oh, that guy's Japanese, but this guy's from like our country, so we're going to take their side." That is like scary as fuck to me. So the countries I like, want to live in, I would live in Japan just for like fun, but I would live there for like a year or two. Unless I'm going to live in like the country of Japan, I don't want to live in Japan. I would want to live in like Finland, Denmark, Iceland, Switzerland, Netherlands, like maybe Sweden. I would want to live in a country that has like a lot of green and the people like walk around a lot. A huge issue I have with Los Angeles is everyone fucking drives. Like, everyone drives. And not only does everyone drive, everyone has one person to a car. And there is so much smog in LA that you can see like fog. Like, you can see like the dirt in the air, and it's fucking disgusting. It's like super gross. How about New Zealand? I want to go to New Zealand. I heard though that there's not a lot of like people there, which is probably why it's like super beautiful. Like, I know they filmed Lord of the Rings in New Zealand. I know they have some shots in New Zealand, and I would go there. The only thing I know about New Zealand is Rocket Power. If you guys ever watched that show on Nickelodeon, I think they visit New Zealand or they're from New Zealand. How do people breathe? I don't fucking know. Population of Los Angeles. Okay, so I live in LA. Los Angeles has 4 million people. Okay? How many people live in your guys' city? There's 4 million people in LA alone. And I'm telling you, there's a bunch of like cities in LA. Like LA, if you look at LA's geography, it's weird. It's like an octopus. So there's like territory, or like LA is, I consider LA like all of LA. Like, it's all of SoCal except for San Diego. 5 million in Finland. I'm going to Finland. I've decided. What is your favorite thing in Finland? 9 million in London? No way. 170 million or 170 people? I'm so curious, like, what it's like to live in your guys' life. Like, I kind of low-key want to switch places with you guys each for like a day. But only if you would recommend your city. I just came from Sao Paulo. I was really sad because we went to Sao Paulo. So Riot flew us out to Sao Paulo, and the rioters I met are amazing. Like, I liked every single rioter that took us there. Ashley was Ashley was like one of the main people who like led us everywhere. She was really great. Something that was in Sao Paulo though, they were like really strict on safety. Like, we were not allowed to walk away from bodyguards. So if we ever wanted to go somewhere, we had to call a bodyguard, and the bodyguard had to come with us, and then they had to escort us, and the bus like, there's a lot of security that went with it. And one time I was in the lobby of our hotel waiting for the bus to come, and I was talking to the security guard, and I was like, "Is it actually dangerous? Like, if I go out by myself right now, will I die?" And they were like, "No, but there's like a chance that like you could be walking, and then someone rides up on a motorcycle, and then they pull a gun on you, and they say, 'Give me all your stuff.' But they won't like harm you. They'll just rob you." And I was thinking like, okay, that's pretty dangerous. But something I really want to see in Sao Paulo, which I see TikToks of all the time, is that there's capybaras that are native to Sao Paulo, but they're a little bit outside of the city. So where we stay is like super city. Like, it looks really like, it looks like pretty modern. Like it looks like a place I would go to in America. And then I really want to see capybaras, but we weren't like allowed to go because we can't just go to that section. They kind of brought us all the touristy spots, which like kind of sucks because I think when you go to a country, like you shouldn't go to touristy spots. Like if you guys ever visit Los Angeles, like come to LA, don't go to Hollywood. I think Hollywood is like a shit show. It's like a waste of time and it's dirty. I would just go to our beaches. I would go to our museums. I would go on like a lot of our hikes, but make sure they're like green hikes and they're not like dirt hikes. I know Sao Paulo has the most Japanese people outside of Japan. And Hawaii, probably. Like ratio wise. Don't go to Hollywood. I'm telling you, it's like a scam. It's like a scam nation. So when we go to Japan, the number one thing I want to do is go visit the capybaras in the hot springs. I was gonna say hot tubs in the hot springs. Yeah. I don't know if I want to go to a capybara cafe. Oh, I like this song. This song is called Silly Girl. How do I add this to my playlist? Add song to your playlist. Add to playlist. Can I give you guys my playlist? My playlist, I think, is public, and it's just called It's Pizza Time. IT' space pizza space time. And that's my playlist I listen to in the car when I'm just driving. You know, and that's really funny. I have one of my best friends is like really elitist when it comes to music, and he used to always tell I like really looked up to my best friend at the time. And he'd always tell me like, "Oh, this song is like really good," or like, "This song sucks," or "This song is good, this song's bad." And I'd always like music, I think is like the most subjective thing ever. Like music is more subjective than I'd say like food, and food is pretty subjective. Like I think that if you hate hamburgers, it's different if you're like a vegetarian, but if you like hate hamburgers, I think Gordon Ramsay could make you a hamburger that you could be okay eating. Or like you hate pasta, I think Gordon Ramsay could make you a dish that you would like not love it, but you'd be like, oh, yeah, this is okay. Like I don't mind this. But music, oh yeah, Toria, you can link it. I don't know how to link a playlist, or I could link it. But I don't know how to link it. Wait. Just so you guys know, this playlist has all genres of music. I try and just kind of put in songs that are like comfortable for me. Some are like not songs you listen to like when you're just chilling. If you guys listen to my playlist, can I like see it? Or can I see you guys like join the playlist? Sometimes though, oh, this is kind of why like I started stream at 2. Sometimes I like when the world is quiet. And it's kind of like now. I will say one of my greatest fears is eating alone, and I've done it a few times in the past month or so, and it's still kind of like scary to me. But I like 4 a.m. So 4 a.m. is actually like my favorite time because this is when it feels like the world stops. You know? Like I think the world sometimes is a little bit too loud, and I'm loud, but At 4 a.m. for me, it feels like the world stops rotating for a bit, and I can just, like, focus on now. Like, if it's, like, noon, like, lunchtime, like, everyone is bustling, like, everyone's fucking loud, there's cars everywhere, there's, like, police sirens, it's just, like, I just want the world to stop. Like, I wish this is, like, really ignorant of me to say, but I really wish that humans didn't have to work so hard. Like, this is also just, like, maybe you guys think this is contradicting because I'm, like, streaming video games, but I think streaming video games is hard. I think it's harder. I think my hardest job ever was actually when I worked minimum wage, dealing with people at a sushi restaurant. That was the hardest job I ever had because it was mentally hard. Like, I had to always put on a smile, and I had to always be happy, and I had to always stand because for some reason at Mitsuo, you're not allowed to sit ever because it looks bad. It looks like you're lazy, is what my boss would say. And I just had to, like, it was hard because I had to wake up at like 5 a.m. and then, like, the fish, like, because the fish and the rice get delivered so early in the morning that you have to be there when it gets there. It has to be fresh. You have to make everything, and then after I do all the sushi stuff, I have to stand in front of a cash register for 4 hours, and I'm just like, it's so long, and then I have to, like, also go to school. Like, there's just so many, like, things that it just felt really hard. And then I finished school, and then I become a software engineer, and that was, like, software engineer was, like, a lot easier because it definitely, like, required more skill, but the skill that I acquired to do engineering only took, like, 3 months. Like, I just for those of you that don't know, I didn't go to school for software engineering, I just went to, like, a boot camp, and I learned how to code in 3 months. But I studied every day for, like, 14 hours for, like, 5 days a week, and then I did homework on the weekend. So I put in, like, a lot of time. But that's just to prove, like, if you wanna do anything in life, you could do it. Like, if you wanna do something in life and money was not an issue and I could be with you, I promise you I could make you good at anything in 3 months. And I mean, like, good. Like, you could be good enough that you could impress people on YouTube good. And YouTube is, like, pretty high demand for, like, perfection, you know? Um, and then but streaming is harder than my last job. Like, streaming is harder than software engineering for me because anything where your mental is always projected is hard. Software engineering, I can just, like, code behind my PC, and I just, like, work really hard for 3 hours every day, and then I just, like, chill for the rest of the day, and, like, that's most jobs. Like, if you're an accountant, you, like, work really hard for 3 hours in a day, and you just kinda, like, chill. That's why a lot of companies have, like, layoffs because they realize, like, how many people aren't, like, working the whole 8 hours. Like, I think that work would be way more efficient if I came in for 3 hours, I worked really hard, and then I went home, took a nap, and, like, ate lunch, and I come back at night and I work really hard for 3 hours. Like, that would be way more efficient, I think. Because if you're telling me that you want me to come into work and work really fucking hard for 9 hours, I'd be like, "That's impossible." That's you just you just get tired over time, you know? What software job did you get? I did my first software engineering job. I worked as a web developer for jewelry. So what I did was, I didn't know how to do any of this, by the way. I started working on the job, and I was taught on the job exactly how to do what I did. There was a lot of Googling. I had to figure out a lot of stuff on my own. I basically told machines how to etch names and, like, symbols and emblems onto metal. So I tell a drill how to drill exact. So you're a customer, you go onto our website and you write, like, I want a heart pendant that says, like, Sean. And you can't fuck this up because this is going on, like, 14K gold. It's really thin though, so it's not super expensive. But it's like every product is, like, minimum like $100. So I tell this machine, they basically, you enter this thing on a website. I take the information you give me on the website. I send it to the drill. The drill understand, like, I have to code it so the drill understands exactly what you want, the coordinates and everything, and it's able to, like, drill exactly on the metal where it's gonna go. How did you decide that you were able wanted to do stream full time? I would say right now I don't know if I want to do it full time. I think if I am successful, something that really attracts me to streaming is you invest in yourself. Also, I like streaming because it makes me more creative. My last job, I wasn't super creative, and it kind of bothered me. I think the CEO arguably works the less. The bigger the company, the CEO does less and less. You can't expand your width too far, look Judo. You have to be well balanced. I think working 9 hours is just unrealistic. But I think people should work less because I think that people are getting burned out. Like, so a problem that America's facing right now is everyone's burning out. And it's not necessarily because the workload is so much, but it's because you're working so much on someone's dream that's not your own. And it sucks really bad to build something for someone and you don't believe in it at all, or you don't care about it at all. I work at least 10 hours a day. Well, soft ravioli, I love ravioli, and I want you to know I hope that you get out of that, because I think if you're working too long... Okay, do you guys remember when I said the worst advice you can give someone is just be yourself? This is like really related. Julie B, thank you for a sub. We went for 14 months. The reason why I say just be yourself is the worst advice ever is because it's not good advice. It's vague and it doesn't make sense. It's just like a cop-out answer, because I need to really look at your life to know like what you should change and what you shouldn't change, okay? If you chew with your mouth open, stop chewing with your mouth open, okay? That is not subjective. Every single person in the entire world does not want you to chew with your mouth open. I think some people don't care if you chew with your mouth open, but if you don't chew with your mouth open, it helps everyone, okay? There, I said it. That is a not subjective thing, okay? Brush your teeth. I would arguably say that if you don't brush your teeth, it also negatively affects everyone, especially people that that are close to your talking mouth, okay? Some things are non-negotiable. Shower sometime in your life. I promise you, everyone's going to like you more if you shower, okay? Okay. Now that we've gotten some unsubjective things out of the way, what were we talking about? Your camera is getting out of focus more now. Is it now? Oh, the main reason why I say that just be yourself is terrible advice is because when you go to school, you're being told what to do, which is fine, because you kind of need some direction in your life. But school is basically like a format that you follow for like until you're 22 at least, because you go to college. If you go to college, you're basically you have this whole plan laid out for you, and you don't even like necessarily want to do this plan, but it's kind of like what everyone's doing. So you're like, you know what, like if everyone else is doing this plan, like I'm gonna do this plan. So you're kind of like everyone else, okay? Like you do school because you're trying to be like everyone else. You're trying to like fit in society like everyone else, and then you get a job, or you go to more school, but you get a job, and then you're working on someone else's dream. Okay, you're building something. It could be fulfilling, but you're essentially building something for someone else, right? And then now you're thinking like, well, who am I? Like, what do I want to do? And then some idiot is like, just be yourself. But it's kind of like, you don't know how to be yourself because you've been being someone else your whole life, you know? That's what I mean. Like, you should always be yourself in terms of like, if you morally don't want to do this, don't do it. If this makes you super fucking unhappy, don't do it. If this makes you really happy, do it. Unless it's killing someone, then don't do it. I had to help some friends with some main hygiene stuff, like trim and clean his nails often. He thought he didn't have to because he was a man and didn't show them. Okay. I don't know what the dating world is like for the youth anymore, for the youngins, okay? But there's gonna come a time when you have to date, okay? I don't care what your sexuality is. I think at some point in life you have to date, okay? And it might be fucking scary, or it might not be scary at all. It might be awesome. It might be fun. It might be everything. If you find the right person, it's worth it. No matter what, it's gonna be worth it. And you're gonna know it's worth it. Trust me. You're just gonna like date someone and you're gonna like get like, this is fucking worth it. I get it. I'm talking to all the guys for a second here, okay? So all the girls in chat, don't listen for a second because I need to tell the guys a secret. And I can get all the girls to leave. And the only thing I have to say is I have to start talking about my Xbox. So guys, you know, like when you're playing Xbox and you get that red ring circle of death, right? You can actually fix that. So a lot of people think that you can't fix the red ring of death. Like if you bring it to Best Buy, they'll tell you the Xbox is faulty and then you have to just like get a new Xbox, but that's not true. You can always fix the red ring of death. You just have to plug in an original Xbox controller into slot 3 of the Xbox and then press X, A, X, X, Y, and then press right on the right joystick, and then it'll actually reset the Xbox and it'll fix the red. Okay, now that all the girls are gone, I just said that random bullshit because no girl would stay for that. Listen, guys, I'm telling you right now, if you knew, like when I said the world was unfair before, like girls have to do so much work just to be normal. They like have to wear makeup. They have to dress a certain way. They have all these rules. Like being a guy is way easier in this regard. Like just fucking shower. Just get a good haircut. I'm telling you, like you will feel so much better about yourself and you'll be so much more confident. Like go on TikTok, find a guy that you think is fucking attractive, okay? Does not make you gay. If you have toxic masculinity in you, get over it, okay? Find a guy that you think is attractive, okay? I don't care who the fuck it is. Kind of get like their same head shape as you because hair kind of goes well with like your certain head shape. Take a screenshot of this handsome fucker on TikTok. Bring it to a salon artist, not a barber. Go to a salon artist where they cut hair for weddings. Your haircut is gonna be like $50, and you're gonna complain that's so much. No, a woman's haircut is like $100. Okay, you have it easy. Get a nice haircut. Get a cologne that smells really good. If you don't know any colognes, just Google search top 5 colognes, or just go to Zara. I got my cologne from Zara. My mom came to visit me for my birthday, and we were at Zara, and I was just like smelling colognes randomly, and she's like, "Hey, I'll get you one for your birthday. Like, pick out one that you like." Cause I'm like, okay, cool. Get a cologne. You should wear jewelry. That's not necessary though, but like get an outfit that like you can wear on special occasions, and then like bada bing, bada boom. Like you're literally ahead of like 99% of other guys. Okay, like guys always complain like, "Oh, dating is so hard. It's like so hard to be a guy." I'm like, it's fucking not. It is easy as fuck to be a guy. You just are. It is so easy to be in the top 10% of guys. Look at this. You want to know what makes a man? I'll show you. It's not a 40-90. It's not being good at video games. Excuse my bed. What makes a man is you make your bed. Ignore the corner. That's pretty made. The next thing that makes you a man, have a rug. Have a fucking rug in your room, you ape. Get a rug. Look at this. It builds character. It makes your room look nicer. Get a fake plant. If you can get a real plant, that's more impressive. I cannot keep a plant alive. I have a fake plant. Look at that. Look at this. That looks way worse. That's way uglier. It actually looks okay because it's a lamp. It's like it's like the Pixar lamp, but get a fake plant. Also, get art. I don't give a fuck what your art is. Get art in your room. I have 3 paintings from like 3 of my favorite movies of all time. Like, dude, the worst thing you can do is you're a guy and your room is a lawn chair, a TV on the ground. You guys can't see, but I have a mounted TV like right here, and I have a nightstand. Like, I'm telling you guys, it is so easy to be in the top 10% of guys. Okay? And now all the girls in chat, you can confirm. It doesn't matter if you're poor, okay? Just like this, like, okay, minimum wage in California is $15, okay? With one paycheck, I can buy everything in this room. One paycheck of working, like, I think 2 weeks. I worked 2 weeks minimum wage. In high school, I worked minimum wage 2 weeks. I could buy everything in this room. Okay, not the stuff on my shelf, but to be fair, a lot of stuff on my shelf were gifts, okay? But in terms of like a fake plant, I'll be honest, this fake plant is going to be with me for the rest of my life. And I'll probably get more fake plants, but I just really like how that plant looks. I asked, also, like, if you don't know, like, what looks good, okay, your minimum wage is different. Okay, it's $7.25. What I'm trying to say is, you can work minimum wage and you can get a nice, like, you can like get nice stuff. Like, invest in yourself. Don't fucking buy. Stop buying V-Bucks. Can you stop fucking paying for Fortnite gun skins and like your like. Because I'm going to be honest with you. There are levels to being a man, okay? It is not how much you lift. I'm going to fucking do 28 push-ups, though, just so I can please the toxic masculinity people in this chat as well. Because I'm telling you, the only people that toxic masculinity people will listen to is other toxic masculinity men. And I'm willing to be that for you as well. But also for the nerds, I play a Night Elf Druid in World of Warcraft. So I'm really catering to everyone here. You're welcome. The reason why you should invest in stuff in your room. Okay, wait. The nanolights were kind of expensive for what they are. Okay, I don't think your world needs nanolights. Also, they were really hard to put up. So the fact that they're put up that nice, you're welcome, guys. Those are pretty as fuck. Okay, I actually really like those. One of the things I found attractive is my boyfriend is that his place is always clean and nicely decorated. Not gonna lie. Okay. So, you guys see how I decorated my room, okay? I even... You see my lights? So, I make my bed. I actually decorate my room. Okay? So, because I decorate my room and I actually give a fuck about what stuff looks like, I personally think that because I do all this, I take care of myself. I shower every day. I work out. I do what I consider the basic stuff that every guy should do. Okay? If I walk into someone's house and they have a lawn chair as the chair in their room, their bed is fucked up, they have a TV on the ground, I'm instantly thinking, you might not, there's a chance that you don't know what a shower is. You probably don't own cologne. You probably don't, like, you like the bare minimum is not even close to being scratched. So I just assume that you're really fucking good at Magic the Gathering, like really good. Like you're so good that no one has ever beaten you in Magic the Gathering. Or you're level 80 druid in World of Warcraft, which is way stronger than me, but that's the trade-off, man. You're really good at those things, but you've sacrificed everything else in your life. Also, like, invest in yourself. Like, it's like I didn't do this stuff for you guys. I actually made my room like this because I hated my room when I first moved in. It was really ugly and it made me sad. I would like go to sleep sad. I would wake up and be like, holy shit, I'm sad. This is like not, this doesn't feel like my room. This feels like jail. Or it feels like the back rooms if you Google that. Hi, Sad Gamer. Investing in your happiness is much more important than anything superficial in this world. But then again, that's my morals. Unless superficial makes you happy. Something I stand by. I work out at the gym, not for my health, not to accomplish goals, but I guess I have goals at the gym, but they're not like inspirational goals. I work out at the gym because I want to look better. But I want to look better. I think when I'm older, I'll care more about health. It's just that like right now I drink Monster Energy drinks at like 4 a.m. So like, fuck it, Bay Life. But when I go to the gym, I actually work out for really conceited reasons because I want to look good. But like, I want to look good for a lot of reasons. Like, I don't want to just like look good to like attract people to me. I want to look good because like I want to like fit in clothes better, and I want to like I want to be able to fucking go to the beach and not be self-conscious. I want to be able to go to like a pool party and not care about how I look. I want to be able to also just like look good in photos, and like also like if you're always kind of afraid of like doing things for yourself or you're self-conscious, like don't think of it like that. I also want to look good because when I'm with my friends, like if you kind of look good, you kind of like make your friends look better. Like if I dress nice, if I dress homeless and I hang out with my friends and they're all dressed nice, it's kind of like bringing down the overall style. And I know that they wouldn't care, but it's just like I want to look good so everyone can benefit. Also, like you should want to look good because you have one life. Also, like I would say between like when your age is like 15 to like 40 or 50, like you can look like really fucking good. So just it's a choice. I think everyone can look fucking good. I think it's super important. It's super important to feel good about yourself because I think that it's really easy to fall into slumps. You're way more prone to being depressed if you don't feel comfortable in your body. Like, as much as it's important to have a home that you feel like you're home in, it's really important to have a body that you feel comfortable being in. And in high school, I was not confident in my body. I hated my body. Also, like, if I invest in getting better looking myself, I'm not judgmental on other people. I don't really give a fuck if you want, like, if I see you guys working out, I'm not like, oh, like, you're getting, like, that's cringe. Like, you're actually trying in life. Like, it's kind of like, dude, you guys getting better looking, that has no effect on, like, me getting better looking. Like, let's just all be good looking together. Ian, thank you for gifting sub to Lawfi. Lawfi, please thank Ian. Thank you so much. I appreciate the sub. Also, I don't know if you guys believe in this. I think it's real. I think pretty privilege is real. Okay? I think that if you are better looking, people treat you better. You have more opportunities and stuff. Like, I think if I never cut my hair in my entire life and I never have brushed my teeth ever and I didn't own this rug behind me, I think you guys would still watch me. But it's also just like more pleasant that I do brush my teeth for you guys, right? Because I know you guys are like, hey, this guy brushes his teeth. I can trust this guy. Whereas like if I never brush my teeth, I'd be like, do I trust someone who never brushes their teeth and is speaking about investing in himself? I don't know. That seems contradicting, Sean. You want us to invest in, you have to lead by example. I would never tell you guys to get art in your room if I didn't have art. I'm telling you that I love that art. Like I wake up and I look at my wall and I'm like, I like that that's there. That makes me happier, even if it's by like 2% every day. The haircut did do something. I think you guys should always have nice hair. Without the rug, nah. Yeah, fuck. I knew that that rug would keep at least Frank. That's why I got that rug, because I saw Frank come in one time and he was about to leave my channel, but I pulled out the rug and he stayed. His Fluffy's there. You guys are fake as fuck. I know for sure if I didn't have that rug, you guys would still be here. I will say though, this rug is the best. It's a Japanese like futon rug. So it doesn't feel like a rug. The last rug I got was too fuzzy. It felt like a Northshire Terrier shedded everywhere, and then that's like your rug. This one is like really soft. You become more approachable and respectable as well from other people's eyes when you look good, because that's just how people judge others. People trust you more. Ian, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I think without even your looks, the way you should talk about things and go on tangents is what truly made me invested. Thank you, Shady Supreme. But I'm all about first impressions. Like, I got this hoodie because it has a lemon guy and 3 little lemon saplings to show you I'm like a family man. And you guys can trust a family man. I take my kids to Disneyland, and you guys are like my kids. Even if you're older than me. Brandonu, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Hey, Max. Where is the art from? Look up Google Ghibli art trio. Nope, don't do that. Ghibli art posters. I have really bad news. I don't remember where I got these. Hold on. I will say though, don't copy me. Like, you can do things like me, but you should do you. You know? I'm turning 30, but I love Disneyland. I think your age does not matter. Should not affect what you like in life. The only thing, I have to be really careful about saying this statement, but it's a joke. It's like a distasteful joke that I'm going to execute because I'm choosing to. But I think that there's like a world where I'm missing a component. But I'm just going to go for it, and you guys can rate your laughs, okay? If you laugh, type LAFF, and the more Fs you have, the funnier the joke is. The only thing that the only thing that you like that should change with age is who you like as a crush. I think if you get too old, you should no longer like kids. But if you're a kid, it's okay if you have a crush on a girl in your class. Okay, there. I said it. It was an inappropriate joke. But that's not really a joke because it's kind of true. You should only, that's the only thing I can think of right now where you're like, I don't give a fuck if you're 80 years old and you love candy. It's weird as fuck though if you're 80 years old and you love kids. I think that's fucking weird and you need to change that. Guys, my candy is here. Okay? All right, my candy's here. But I implore you guys, don't copy me. I don't want to come over to your guys' house one day and you guys have 3 art pieces on your wall. All right, thank you for gifting a sub. Wolfie, please thank Ian for the sub. I appreciate it. Like, I don't want to come over and you guys have pink bed sheets and you have 3 art pieces and you have exactly 31 post-it notes and wooden nano leaves and that exact fake plant and a light behind it and everything on my shelf. Like, you should be your own person. I realize, like, because you guys are here, I might as well give you the astronaut. Ugh. That would be even weirder if you got a wax figurine statue of me. So you guys can see this little astronaut guy here, right? So he can shoot stars for you guys. He creates the nebula. I only do this late night, okay? So if you're tuning in now, you get to see Galaxy World. Should the galaxy go on the nano leaves? I can't make it face towards me because then it's going to blind me. Maybe I'll just go there. I think in the center would be better. Is this a friendly stream time for you? I almost never am able to come here. Where are you from? Well, I don't know. I think something about me that is inconvenient is I don't stream very regularly, but it's because I'm really emotional. So sometimes I feel like, oh, I should stream. But then I get kind of like emotional about it and I'm like, oh, like, but I'm not ready. But in life, you're never ready. You know? The only time I was ever ready was if I overstudy for a test. But most things in life that matter, you're not ready. Like when you have a kid, you're not ready to be a parent. You just like become ready, you know? And when you start stream, you become ready. I don't plan things for my stream. I have no idea what I'm going to talk about. I have no idea how long I'm going to stream for. I was going to fucking play World of Warcraft and not talk and just chill. But then I end up talking. And I'm like, okay, like I can play World of Warcraft anytime. Let's just talk now. Something that does help me a lot though is if I have a planned thing like World of Warcraft, I have a backup plan, then I can talk because there's less pressure. Hanson, good luck. If I put World of Warcraft, I might be here by the time you're done. Yeah, I didn't want to get a lot of candy because I know I would eat it all. If I get candy, it makes like my skin break out. Cyan, thank you for gifting a sub to Casey. Casey, if you got a sub, please thank Cyan. My chocolate milk isn't really cold, so I don't really want to drink it. It's like average. Like, I'll eat candy every once in a while, but overall, I don't eat candy. At our last house, I ate 15 blue airheads in one night, and I got really sick. Because it made me like, if you guys don't know, if you eat sugar, it takes a lot of, it dehydrates you because you need to like get the water. You need to push the sugar out with water out of your system. So I was just super dehydrated. It was the point where like it felt like I was at a desert and I stayed there for 3 days. I woke up and it was like my throat was in pain. Oh yeah, thank you for gifting us up to Cypher. Oh yeah, thank you so much for the gifted subs. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I ate 15. It was crazy. No, my issue is I'm addicted to candy. I'm even more addicted to like, I'm more addicted to soda than candy. Like, someone in our house got sponsored by Dr. Pepper, and I drank 5 Dr. Peppers in one sitting, and I also felt hella sick. Like in one can of soda is like it's like 400% more sugar than you're supposed to consume at all in a day, and it's just like I don't know why the fuck I do it. I wanted to sub, but I don't know why Amazon Gaming didn't give. I'm broke. Do not worry about that. I think I really appreciate the gifted subs. I like gifted subs because, or I like subs in general because they help. They give you guys emotes and like it's like I see you. It's easier for me to see you as like more a sense of like community. But in general, like I don't. Money from you guys is like the last thing I want. Like you just being here and like interacting and like following is like way more than I could ever ask for. Ian, thank you so much for the gifted sub. System One, welcome. You are now one of us. I also like it because I have extra. I don't know if. Wait, I have extra emotes coming. I should probably message her. I forgot about those. I have extra emotes coming. I also want to make sure that you guys get emotes that you can use in like across all of Twitch that are useful and will be funny. I see Shady Supreme is a sub of Tenzin, huh? What's your favorite thing about Tenzin? Everyone in my friend group has something that I super like. I would sub to Tenzin. She's really real. Tenzin says a lot of the stuff that I'm thinking, but I'm too scared to say. And I'm willing to say like a lot of things. I want to play like a different game. I want to play a story game. I don't really know what game I want to play. Like, well, okay, I have to play WoW first. Long or short? I think it can be long or short. It depends more on like the game itself. I do like games that I can beat in one sitting. Like I've never played It Takes Two, but I want to play that. No Valo, please. WoW first. I agree. Well, the thing about Valo for me is like I don't like how serious I am when I play it. Like, don't you guys think I'm really serious when I play Valo? Wait, I have not played Hollow Knight. I haven't played Hollow Knight, but I always see people have their profile pictures of that, so it must be a good game. Stream Silk Song when it comes out. Let me look this up. Silk Song. Oh, it's like the second Hollow Knight? Okay, fuck it, I'll play it. How long do you think this will take to play or to beat? How do you guys hear about games? I feel like I never hear about games. Okay, you guys want to know something really troll? I went to a movie theater today and I went to go watch Star Wars. And I thought there was a new Star Wars that came out. Because it was like Star Wars in theaters. Like, what the fuck? There's a movie I haven't seen. So I bought a ticket for it. And I watched it. It was episode 6 of Star Wars. Like, Jabba the Hutt was in it. And I was like, this seems criminal. You're showing me an old movie that came out when I was 1. I think it came out before I was born. That was a rerun. But it's like remastered. But I thought it was a new Star Wars movie. True Monaco, have a good day at school. Oh, it might have been their anniversary. My problem with Val is I care about how I perform too much. I actually, low key, have you worn John's merch yet? No, I touched the hoodie though. I didn't wear it. I can't wait to wear his merch though. I think he did a great job. It's so like his style. I've always been thinking like if I did merch, what I want to do. How did it feel on the touching? It's good. It has like a really nice fade to it. Or I don't know what it's called when like the fabric is like bleached a certain way where it's like a aesthetic. I have a shirt that's like that. The fabric quality is really good. Ian, thank you for gifting a sub to Mochi. Mochi, please thank Ian. Your sister's art like the starting stream. For those of you that don't know, my sister made this. I gave her really, really basic examples of what to do. I was like, can you give me a background that is like Howl's Moving Castle-esque? Like when he's like with the sheep. And can you have like shooting stars or sparkling stars or whatever? So it's animated. And then can you have Sonic in a samurai outfit? Knuckles also in a samurai outfit, but like one of those samurais that's more like defends a village. And can you make Tails an archer, but he's kind of like a Japanese style archer? And then she was able to make this. I don't know. I wish I had artistic talent. I put a pencil to paper and it's ass. I don't get it. I don't understand how you can do art. It like doesn't. I think I could get good at art, but I like right now it is not intuitive. I can draw a circle, and I can draw like my if I drew you a dog and I drew you a cat, they look exactly the same. Oh, that's what you meant. Like for merch, I would love to have my sister do my merch. I actually have um I have an animator slash artist that I'm working with right now. Toria knows him. I've introduced them. But I actually worked with him. So he actually worked with me on my old job and he did a lot of the animations for us and stuff on like Twitter. He's really good. But he's making like panels and like an ending stream thing, and like I'll probably commission him for some other stuff, but I've worked with him before in the past. That's why I wanted to work with him now. He does a really good job at just like, I give him like really something I really admire in people is I give them like really free reign to do something. I give them like a gist of what I want, and then they usually like totally blow it out of the water, and it's like way better. I don't understand how people can draw 3D things. When are you releasing merch? That's a good example. That's a good idea. That's a good question. Something I would really want about my merch is I wouldn't want it to be super branded as me. Like I don't really like if it can be branded, but I don't like if it's like too blatant. Like, okay, this is just like a random thing. So 100 Thieves sent me their merch. I don't like it if the 100 Thieves thing is like too main focal point of the piece. I like if the piece is like really cool and 100 Thieves could be like small somewhere on it. Cause I like that generally for all brands, not just like 100 Thieves. Like I like if I go to Zara and then like this brand, for example, like you see it, but you don't know what brand this is. It's just like the design is really cool, and you have to like look at the tag for the brand. Like I'm not a huge fan of Supreme. I don't think Supreme is like that good of a brand. I think it's just like it got lucky with timing. But it's like design and style wise, it like can't do much. It can only just be the word Supreme. They can't really make it super like well design oriented. I also don't really like if the look is too minimal. I think once upon a time minimal was in, but I don't know. I think in life you just need to like find what you love. And don't like things because other people like it. Like I'm trying to think of something I like that a lot of people don't like. Like World of Warcraft. I want to say that I like that a lot, but I don't know if you guys like that a lot. But for me, it's like I like it so much that you guys can see me in it. You know what I'm saying? I don't like Jake Paul. He annoys the fuck out of me. I think that he has become a much better person though since when he first started. I get Jake Paul and Logan Paul confused. I like Palace way more than Supreme. But Palace makes cool designs. Yeah, Supreme is more of a hype thing. Supreme to me is like virtual currency. Like it's like it had its time. Its time has passed. Like in high school, I played World of Warcraft. I did not play. I'm telling you this. I'm being super real as Sean. I did not play World of Warcraft to be popular in high school. Okay. I know what you're thinking, but Sean, you were a level 60 Night Elf Shadow Priest, and you telling me that you didn't do that to be popular in high school? No. It actually does the opposite of make you cool in high school to be really good at World of Warcraft. I just happened to invest a lot of time into making hella friends before I played World of Warcraft, that by the time I played World of Warcraft, like they were already stuck as my friends. There's nothing I can't imagine going up to my crush and being like, "Hey, listen, I'm gonna riz you up. I know that you don't like really know anything about World of Warcraft, but like I'm a level 60 Night Elf Shadow Priest, and like I'm kind of a big deal on my server. So if you ever like want to get coffee sometime, like I can make time for you." And then I would die. I would just explode with how cringe that would be, and my body parts would be everywhere. All right, and don't forget to set to Crispy Sketch. Crispy Sketch, please think I am. Ooh. Sean, would you ever play Final Fantasy? That's a 10. And then that's a 5. And then there's a 1 before the 5. So Final Fantasy 14. I am going to play a Final Fantasy 14. I'm going to play Final Fantasy 14 to try it. Yeah, I know it's 14. I said it's 14. We're on the same page. What's if you're on horror games? I love horror games. They're my favorite genre of game. Like horror games to me are just like the best shit ever. The issue is it's really hard to make a horror game that's like not only is the horror game good, but it's actually scary. Because a lot of times like they try and make the game like really scary and then they sacrifice the story. Or they try and make the game have a good story and then they sacrifice the horror element of it. But it's really hard. I've played Little Nightmares. I already beat 1 and 2 of Little Nightmares. I think I streamed it. I imagine with friends, sure, but bro alone. Well, I don't really get scared very easily. I also don't cry very easy because I'm a man and I don't have feelings. Well, I don't cry very often because anytime that I'm watching something, I don't watch things alone very often. But anytime I'm like my eyes get watery, I always look around me to see if anyone else is crying. And if no one else is crying, I don't cry. Well, actually, even if someone else is crying, I don't cry. It's kind of like I look around to see like if it's okay to cry, and I'm like, oh, someone else is crying. It's okay. I don't have to cry. But that's why when I watched Midnight Gospel last night, I watched the last episode. I actually cried. It felt like really good. Like crying is like an emotional release that I wish I did more often, but I don't cry. Like I don't find a lot of things like super sad. I have played Poppy Playtime. I love that game. But I don't know if you guys have like certain tropes or certain things that like stand out to you, but whenever in like Pixar movies or like in any movie in general, if a kid has to like die, if a kid is like gonna die or a parent dies in front of the kid, it's like really sad to me. Like that's like kind of my weakness. Like that's my Achilles heel. Crying just feels good. Like not crying in public, but like crying alone and like letting that release of like chemicals in your brain, it feels really good. What was the movie with the trolls and then the dad dies? I think it was a DreamWorks movie or it was a Pixar movie. I cannot imagine studying abroad away from my family. Like I was offered that to go to Japan and study abroad, but I was like way too scared. Yeah, dad's passing away super, but Coco was especially good because the dad gets like framed. Onward. So Onward is really sad for me because it's the exact story of my dad. So I never got to meet my grandpa because he smoked every day, and so he got lung cancer and he died. But my dad is the youngest brother in his family and or youngest son, and he lost his dad. Holy fuck, my dad lost my grandpa, his dad, when he was 4 years old. And that's 4 is like you're a little bit too young to like know what's happening in life. So like your dad just gets taken from you. It's like really overwhelmingly sad, but you don't understand the depth of how sad it is. But I don't know. So I always kind of cut my dad slack in terms of like some of the times when he was kind of mean to me. I didn't even know my dad was mean to me until my sister told me. My sister we couldn't stand up to my dad for a lot of things, and then I remember like one time I like was just super sad and I was kind of like on our balcony and my sister came over to me and she was like, hey, like dad keeps like bullying you, like it's like upsetting. And I was like, oh, is he? And she's like, yeah, he always like takes out his frustration on you. I was like, okay. But I didn't really like realize he did that until my sister said that. But my dad didn't have a dad growing up, so it's like also like my dad's not a mean person, okay? Just sometimes he would be really hard on me about stuff, and I wouldn't know like where it's coming from. So when I went to college, so this is like when everyone says like, oh, like, let me just tell a story. I came home from college, and my dad, I drove home from college. So I drove home 3 hours. I was visiting my dad, and then he's like, hey, let me check like the tires on your car. And I'm like, okay. He checks the tires on my car. He's checking like the pressure of everything, checking the oil in my car. And he's like, when's the last time you got your tires checked? I was like, never. I like don't get my stuff checked. He's like, you have to get it checked. It's like really irresponsible if you don't get your tires checked because you're also like no one fucking checks their tires. It's been a year. Like I've been in college in a year. Like no one checks their tires. Like the air pressure in my tires. Like I never like I've owned a car now for like 17 years. I've checked the air pressure in my tires like 3 times. And it was because like I have to bring in my car for maintenance, and like even then they're like, "Oh, your tires are fine." Also, you can you can kind of tell how your tires are. Anyways, my dad like makes a huge deal about this. Like, no, like you really need to get your tires checked. Like you can't be driving like this. If your tire pops, like you'll die, and like blah blah blah. He's like telling me all this stuff. I'm like, okay, like I'll get it checked. But I have to. I came home, but I'm visiting friends like in my hometown because like we all went off to different colleges, and now we're all coming home. So I want to see all my best friends from high school again because they went to colleges like all across the U.S. We're coming back, and then my dad's like, okay, like why don't you just like leave your car here? And I was thinking like, well, I need my car because I need to like go. But anyways, my dad like yells at me, and then he like storms inside, and I'm like, what the fuck just happened? Like this was such like a wholesome family moment of me visiting my dad, and then he like flipped out on me, and it just felt like it was out of nowhere. I come inside, I'm like mad because I'm like an adult now, so I can like stand up to my dad, and I'm like independent now. Like I'm working, I'm like in college. I like go into the kitchen, and I remember like yelling at my dad. I'm like, why are you acting like this? This is so immature. Like, tell me what's wrong. And then my dad sits down. He comes over to the dining table. He sits down, and then he starts crying. And I'm like, oh, fuck. Like, I feel like at this point in time, he has cancer or something, and he's about to tell me this. He opens a secret compartment in a cabinet I've never seen in my entire life. It is like I grew up, and there was a cabinet that was always in our kitchen. He opens it from underneath, and there's a secret box like underneath a hidden compartment. He pulls it out, and there he pulls out a picture of me and him. Like he's holding me when I'm a baby. I'm like 0. And he tells me like, I just really missed you. I don't actually care about the car. And I'm standing here thinking like, holy fuck. Like, it's okay, dad, to just say that you miss me. It's like not the end of the world. I don't care about like toxic masculinity. Like in high school, I always told my dad, every single time I called my dad and I hung up, I always said, I love you, bye. And all of my friends in high school always said that was weird. They're like, that's so weird that you tell your dad that you love him before you hang up the phone. And I was like, I've always done that. I've done that since middle school just because my parents would both of my parents would always say, I love you, Sean. Have a good day at school. Don't get anyone pregnant, and don't kill anyone, and don't die. I'm like, okay, love you too. Bye. And I would just say that. And that's just how life was. But after that time, I was able to just have a talk with my dad. I was like, hey, listen, like, because you missed me and you're able to use words, like use your word shooter, like I'll come visit you next weekend. But I made plans this weekend. I will come back next weekend. I'll visit you more often. And then it was like that. Like this whole thing could have been resolved if you just kept it up. Like you just talk about it. So that's fucking why when my dad's like, when I did something like when something unjust happened to me in life, and my dad would say like, life's not fair. It's like, okay, I get it. Like, dad, sometimes life isn't fair. So, but because I love you, I'm going to try and make it fair. You know, like I'm going to try my best to make it fair. even if it takes more energy out of me, I'm gonna put in effort. I'm gonna make this work. Ian, thank you for gifting a sub to Junas. Junas, thank you. Thank Ian for gifting you a sub, please. Asian parents can never talk about their feelings, but they should though. Like, I kind of want everyone, if you're Asian, or not if you're Asian only, but if you kind of have like parents that have trouble saying I love you, I kind of want like everyone to make a video of you telling your parent like I love you and then giving them a gift and then see how they react. Cause I actually think a lot of the time it's like that space where it's uncomfortable to say, but like deep down everyone wants to say it, but there's like that barrier that kind of prevents you from saying it. You know, like when you get into a huge fight with someone, let's say you get into a huge fight with your best friend. Okay. Even if it's your best friend, sometimes it's still really hard to apologize first, especially if they are wrong. I got into a fight with one of my best friends in middle school about something super stupid. I don't even remember what we fought about, but we actually like physically fought each other. Like we pushed each other and like he punched me in the stomach and I just like punched him in the chest. Okay, anyways, we physically hit each other over this argument. It was like something really dumb. I don't even remember what it was about. I, to this day, still think that I was wrong. Or wait, I was right and he was wrong. I didn't talk to him for 3 days. We had class together and we sat close to each other. I didn't talk to him for 3 days. On the 4th day, I went over to his house and I apologized to him because I said, like, I just want my best friend back. I don't care what we were fighting about before. I'm sorry. I just want my best friend back. I don't know if he cried, but his eyes definitely got like his voice trembled. And he said, I'm sorry. I'm the one that was wrong. I just didn't have it in me to apologize first. And I was like, you fucking bitch. I didn't say that. I didn't really even think that either. But sometimes it's just hard to make the first move. Like, okay. Ryan, also thank you for gifting us up to Lanny. Making the first move a lot in life is hard because you're unsure how the person's going to react. Okay. So, because it would have sucked ass if I said, I'm sorry. And he said, fuck you. I hate you. Then I would have been like, okay, fuck. That sucked ass. But it's just like, it's way easier to be the second person that acts because like, if the most extreme example I could think of is you have a crush on someone, but you don't know if they like you back. And you have to tell them, I like you. And then you have to see like, if they're going to say, I like you back. Because that's like heart wrenching. What ends up happening a lot of the time, though, is I think a lot of times when two people are friends and they're like generally attracted to each other, it's expected for the guy to make the first move, but the guy doesn't want to fuck anything up. So the guy waits really long to like, the guy's like scared to say, I like you to the girl. And then what ends up happening, though, is they become so like ingrained as a friend that the girl, like you've lost this like romantic window. Like I do believe that you can like get out of the friend zone and all that stuff, but a lot of times what happens is guy likes girl, girl probably likes guy at one point, but then like the window of opportunity kind of like closes and then you kind of cement yourself as like a friend because you're like hesitant. Because I also kind of think like if you like someone, you should just like kind of say it up front, like really early. And I get that like the girl could also say that, but it's also just like, I don't know. I think it's like a little bit different because guys pursue, at least in America, like guys pursue all the time. And so it like kind of it's I think it's a double-edged sword because I also think that if you're too scared to ask someone out, if you're because you want to ask out the person that you want. You don't want to just like pick from the people that like you. You should ask out the person that like you want to date, you know? Versus like if you're just like waiting for someone to ask you out, you like can only get to pick from like who picks you. But in reality, like I think everyone can be won over. I'm a wise 6-year-old man. Okay, so all of you guys record yourself saying I love you to your parents, and I want to see how the reaction is. You should try and make your parents blush. Just like embarrass the fuck out of your parents. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys something. But you have to promise it stays here. And thank you for gifting a sub to Tristan. Okay. I'm gonna tell you guys this is secret solidarity, okay? The first time I ever got under the influence, not drinking, okay? I felt super guilty doing it, okay? It's not a big deal now. It's totally legal now, but when I did it, I got really like scared kind of because I was like being like a rebel kind of. And then one of the first things I did was I was with all my best friends, so it wasn't like a scary environment at all. But it was my first time kind of feeling like a little bit out of control. The first thing I did was I called my dad at 4 a.m. So for those of you who don't know, I'm not waking up my dad. He's up at 4. Like he wakes up at 4, right when it goes from 3:59 to 4:00 a.m. My dad wakes up and he just gets ready and he runs 5 miles. That's just like who he is. My dad's really structured as a person. And I learned a lot from him in terms of like, you can do anything, just like do it. Just do it. You can do way more than you think you're capable of. Okay. My dad is shredded. If you guys see my dad, he looks like he could be in a magazine for just like bodybuilding. He's just like different. Okay. But he puts in the work. He only eats steel cut oats, not regular oatmeal. It has to be steel cut. I don't know the fucking difference. He says there's a difference. Steel cut oats. Sometimes, if he had a good day, he'll add fruits. But because fruits have so much sugar, he only adds specific fruits. He eats super healthy. Everything is organic. Only eats food from Whole Foods. Will not eat mangoes unless they're like super like everything is high quality. Cooks super lean meals like chicken, rice, broccoli, perfect. Like cooked exactly the right amount. He can get like he can beat AI. He can beat AI in terms of how robotic AI can be and how perfect they are. Okay. I don't remember what I was talking about. Or I don't remember why I brought up that my dad wakes up. Oh, so I was under the influence. Okay. I'm like not in my right mind. If you're a sponsor and you're watching this, okay, I don't think a sponsor is gonna watch my 5:15 a.m. VOD. That'd be crazy. Like, I don't do anything. Okay, I dare to be different. Anyways, call my dad at 4 a.m. He picks up the phone like kind of surprised, like, "Hey, Sean, like, why are you awake?" And I'm like, "Hey, Dad, I just want to tell you like I love you and I really appreciate you and um, you're like the best dad ever." And then he laughs. He's like, "Haha." Like, yeah, I know I'm like the best dad. Yeah, like you're the best son too. You're the best son I could ever ask for. Blah blah. I'm about to go on a run. Blah blah. Do you like want to grab dinner later? Blah blah. I'm just like, yeah, let's grab dinner later. Cool. And he's like, ha. And he goes to bed. Now I call my mom, and my mom is not awake at 4. My mom is like super night owl. Like goes to bed. Like my mom and dad didn't really work out because my dad wakes up at 4 a.m. and my mom goes to bed at like 3 a.m. So they're just like opposite spectrums. My mom picks up and she's like fucking tired. She's like, hello, like I'm like, hey mom, and she like looks at the clock and she's like, she wakes up and she's like, oh my god, it's 4 a.m. What happened? Did you get into a car accident? What's going on? And I'm like, no, I just am calling to say I love you and you're the best mom ever. And she's like, oh, thank God. Okay, well you're the best son ever. All right, good night. And she just hung up the phone. But that just kind of shows like the relationship I have with my parents is very like open. Like it's very like that's why I was like very surprised all the time that my dad would like bottle things up and not tell me, and he would just explode on me sometimes because I'm like what are we working with here? Like I would say that as a son, I'm like sometimes I can be a brat, but sometimes I'm pretty like I have a good head on my shoulders, you know? I like we can converse here. Like you work, you cook dinner, you go through a lot. Like Let's try and have a healthy relationship here, you know? I think as much as I say that it is like I think guys have a lot of issues in society. Uh I think not allowing to have emotions sucks. I actually think that's how incels are made. I don't know how to fix that. I don't know if it can be fixed. Anyways, that's why I want to live in a country that's really fair. I think no matter what country I go to, there will be racism, there will be sexism, there will be homophobia. I just want the best one of those. Just give me a country that's top 10 in that, okay? I don't need a lot of people. I don't need a lot of like richness. I see your comment, man. Come to Amsterdam? Okay. Pre-wish. I need to tell you this. This is me asking in good faith as an ignorant American. I want you to know my thoughts, decisions, beliefs reflect every American in this chat. Everyone from America in chat, you must agree with me on what I'm about to ask because I represent all of us. I heard in Amsterdam there's a lot of drugs and you can buy drugs off the street. I don't know if that's Amsterdam or if that's Berlin. It's one of them. The only reason I know that, I don't know it, but I've been told that by like a really close friend who I trust, is that he always goes to music festivals and raves. I'm not gonna say his name. He always goes to music festivals and raves in Berlin and Amsterdam, and he says that they're like the best music festivals ever. But he also told me you can get drugs on the street. No, I don't mean weed. I do not mean weed. I mean like, not that I would know or anything because I'm innocent. I'm talking like a drug that starts with E. It's definitely illegal here in the States, and it's for sure illegal in Japan. Weed is illegal in Japan. Whoa, 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 guys! I don't think anyone in this chat knows what a drug is. What? The only drug we know is Advil, and that's for headaches and lemon cough drops. Anything outside of those two things, I have no idea what we're talking about. I don't even know what drinking is. I've never drank in my life. I've never drank. I've never smoked. Oh, edamame. I know what that is. Yeah, I take edamame. The only drug I know is life because I'm high on life. Okay, but like hypothetical question. Do you think if I was really high, you guys could tell I was high? One day, I want to do a podcast, not a podcast, but I want to be like this type of thing. I'm like low key, just super scared all the time to do anything before stream because I'm kind of worried like what I'm gonna say. But usually, if I'm like under the influence of like that, I just get really tired and I kind of just like fall asleep. I would just laugh all the time. Oh yeah, you could definitely tell from my eyes. They'll just constantly be like, I become really calm. I become like so just so you know, like I don't do it often. I probably do it like maybe like 4 times a year. And it's usually like not outside. I like do it in the comfort of like my bed. And I just eat a lot of snacks and watch movies. But so this year for me has been like one of the most stressful years because I'm trying to like, I guess like I'm trying to figure out like what I want to do with my life. And then streaming kind of helps me in a way because I'm like talking to you guys, and then you guys can tell me if it's a bad idea, or you guys can double down and also do a bad idea with me. But if you're ever stuck in life, it's important to talk about like your viewpoint on something because a lot of times if I'm stuck, I like am talking out loud and I kind of realize like as I'm hearing myself talk like, oh, like that's the solution or that's what the problem is. I'm down to visit New Zealand. How will I find you though? Did you finish Undertale? Yeah, I did. I beat it in the same night I started it. I would recommend Undertale to everyone. I think it's like such a good game. It breaks like the fourth wall and like a lot of things. I'd say come to Australia, but honestly, we don't have shit down here. Well, okay, low key, I think Australia is like the other America because like both of us ran away from Europe. That's like my stereotype. My only like, I swear to God, I don't really give a fuck about the weather that much. The only thing that is keeping me from going to Australia is the bugs. I don't care that the animals are like big. I just like if I walk into a bathroom and there's a spider that is bigger than the seat of the toilet seat, I'm just burning the house down. I'm probably committing arson immediately. And like everyone in the house is probably dead. And like it was a panic reflex. Like, okay, I'm gonna step back on my viewpoint here. I think if there is a spider in my house that is as big as a toilet seat, I think that gun laws should be removed and everyone should be able to get a gun. Because at that point, I'm not using my gun to defend myself from other humans or the government. I'm just killing these freakishly huge things in my house that are like aliens. Okay, for those of you that don't know, there are spiders in Australia that are so big and can jump that they've evolved so much that they can jump and grab a bird out of midair, and they do not use webs because they are big enough to get a bird out of the air. And if I'm like walking and a spider jumps at me and latches onto me in any way, if it bites me and puts venom in, I am eating this bitch alive. I am grabbing two of its legs with all of my strength and I am ripping it apart while sinking my teeth into its face and ripping its head off. Because if this bitch gets venom into my veins and I'm dying, I'm just saying, man, I'm a Japanese person. And if there's one thing a Japanese person knows how to do, it's kamikaze. And I'm fucking taking this bitch down with me. I don't give a fuck. I am killing this bitch. If a spider sinks its venom teeth into my neck and I'm gonna die, I am taking this motherfucker down with me. I don't give a fuck how gross it is, how scared I am. He is fuck. I will get in a goddamn airplane, make him come in the airplane with me, and I will suicide crash into a rock. This bitch spider is fucking dying. Anyways, I'm allowed to make that joke because I'm Japanese, but I will take this bitch down with me. I do not care. I will ruin the spider's life. You could move to Spain. It's wonderful there. I'd be down to go to Spain. Sean, trust me, if you stay in city areas, you won't find any of that. Perfect. I'm in. Something that's interesting to me isn't Australia like you only live on the coast of Australia? Like, does anyone live in the center of Australia? Wait, the most dangerous and common thing in Australia is magpies? I'm gonna be so scared Googling this. Magpie? This is the cutest bird I've ever seen in my entire life. Magpie kills baby. Wait, what? It says that they commonly do not attack humans, but if you're in their territory or something, there's a chance they attack you. Magpie is a cute name. Ariel, Sean, what do you do as your day job? I was a software engineer, and now I stream on Twitch. Well, I play Valorant. Is what I want to say, but I'm about to play WoW. Well, I'd arguably say the scariest thing about America is a human can attack you. And like I think a human is more capable than like any animal of killing you. Sean, do you know Sid's here can't eat Twix? Sean, thanks for this comfy stream. No problem. What is your least favorite planet? Uranus. For sure, Uranus. My favorite planet is Saturn because I like the ring, and then Neptune because it's water. Hi, Sean. I'm graduating in June and starting college. Any advice? Yeah, I have advice. Sorry. It is really hot. Okay. This goes for everyone going to college. Okay? Let's start with picking college. This is super... I think this is really important. Obviously, like, don't do this if you don't think this is right for you. When I went to college, I specifically chose my college because it was a good school. So first of all, it should be like a decent school. Secondly, move far enough away where your parents are not going to come visit you, but live close enough so that if you need to, you can go visit your parents or they can come visit you. Be an annoying distance away from your parents so it's not easy to come visit you, but live close enough that you could, like 3 hours. That's what I did. Okay, because I was like, I don't fucking want my parents coming up to visit me all the time. I want freedom and I want to separate from you. But in case I'm a little bitch and I need to come home, I want the option to. Okay, that being said, now let's go to real advice. For advice for starting college, even if you're an introvert, try really hard to meet new people. And you might be like, oh, like, how do I meet people? It's really easy, okay? You meet people, like, I'm not saying be friends with everyone because there are some people that you just, like, are not going to get along with. Like, just kind of, like, meet new people and see, like, what kind of archetype of person you like. Because you don't really even know who you are until, like, after college. Like in high school, you definitely don't know who the fuck you are, or you don't even know like what you like. Okay. Try and be close with your dorm. Like hang out, like when you go to orientation, you hang out with like, not everyone does this, but normally you hang out with like your classmates that are also freshmen, and you guys all hang out together, make your cliques or whatever. Something that was really fun for me was how I made a lot of my friends my first year in college was I played Heroes of New Earth, and I was top 50 in that game, so I was like really high ranked. And I was actually with my cousin Chris. So you guys have seen Chris. He was like one of the best in the game. And he introduced me to like a lot of the best players. So I wasn't good until I met them and I played with them. But I got really good at this game called Heroes of New Earth. It's basically League of Legends, but harder in my opinion. There's just like a lot more things you have to do perfectly. And then I remember coming into orientation, and then I saw this group of people. I went to go eat at a restaurant. And there was this group of people who were from my school there, and they were just sitting around talking about video games. And I walked around, I'm like, oh, hey, like, what do you guys play? And they're like, oh, we play League of Legends. And I was like an elitist snob back then. So I was like, oh, like, in my mind, I thought, like, oh, like, League of Legends? That's such an easy game. Like, that's what you play? And they're like, oh, do you play League of Legends? I'm like, oh, no, I actually play Heroes of New Earth. And they're like, I've never heard of that. I'm like, okay. And they're like, you should come over sometime. Like, do you want to play League of Legends with us? And I was like, rolling my eyes. I don't physically do this stuff because I don't like being like an elitist asshole like publicly. But in my mind, I was thinking like, God damn, I bet you guys are all fucking silver noobs or something. Like, that's like what I'm thinking. But what got me was they're like, hey, we're throwing a party. Do you want to come? And I was like, sure, I'll go to a party. And I was thinking like, this is going to be like a drinking party type thing. Keep in mind, this is a group of like all girls. Okay, this is like 6 girls and like 2 guys. Okay, so I'm kind of thinking like, okay, cool. Like I'm gonna go to this party. This is like my first day. Okay, I was really lucky because my housemate actually dragged me out. I was gonna stay home and like just play video games, but he was like, no, like let's go out and meet people. Like I'm meeting up with some friends later, and like just come with me and I'll introduce you to them. I'm like, okay, sure. And I went with them, and then we ended up meeting these people completely random, super not planned at this restaurant or whatever. And then I'm like, okay, cool. I'm gonna go to this party. I shit you not. I go to this party like later that week, and the first thing I see there is Super Smash Brothers Melee. And I want you guys to know I'm so fucking good at this game. I'm like not. I can't be like a pro, but I could definitely be anyone in college. Like I could shit on anyone in college, and I'm like super like I'm about to fuck shit up. I'm about to be the coolest person ever at this party. There's like drinking games, but like Smash is like right in the center, and everyone is watching, and like it's like try hard Smash. It's not like Smash where like everyone's playing and items are on. It's like Smash like 1v1, and everyone is betting drinks and everyone is playing. There's like other party games, but like everyone is like watching this for right now. I'm like, oh, this is where I shine. I'm gonna be so fucking cool. I'm gonna shit on you guys, blah blah. And I'm super humble. Like I'm not humble right now, but I'm like I act humble. Like I come down like, oh, like I don't even like really play Smash. I'm like I play sometimes. Like I play in high school. I know what the game is. Like sure, I'll play. I play Fox. The guy that I'm playing against just insta-locks Marth. And I'm like, that's sus. That's really sus that you're just like playing Marth. And then he's just like, yeah, I don't main Marth, but like I just like play him every once in a while. I'm like, cool, cool, cool. Yeah, yeah, no doubt, no doubt. And then we play. He shits on me. Like, I don't even know if I took a stock off of him. Like, I did take 1 stock. Okay, it was 4 stocks each. I killed him once. And he just like completely dumpster fired the fuck out of me. I've never been so humble in my life, okay? What's really funny, I don't know why it stands out. He's super religious. Like, he was like a person that like he will like Bible, he'll like Bible quote. You know, like when he'll say like a prayer, and he'll say like Matthew's 11:3. But he'll like shit on you in Super Smash, and then he'll like say like a quote, and then he'll like say the Bible verse. I'm like, fuck, like God's really on his side. Like I got shit on so hard that God's really on his side. Also, it's crazy because he's like, oh, like, let's play again. Like I'll play my main this time. I'm like, oh fuck, okay. He goes off Marth. He plays Captain Falcon. He's way better. He's like so much better on Captain Falcon. I leave that day. To be fair though, he was the best person at the party by far. Okay, like it just so happened that when I sat down and grabbed the controller, he just happened to like, I think he wanted me to like know my place. Anyways, he fucked me up. And then the good news though, I played Smash like roughly just like for here and there every once in a while. But at the end of the 4 years of my years in college, I beat him. And it was like really convincing. Like I just got so much better. But it's because like low key in the back of my mind, I was like, I have to be better than you. Like I just have like I will I don't give a fuck if I graduate college. What's important is I beat you and then I can graduate college. Like that order of operation has to happen. I realize now that you asked me for college advice of how to like what to do in college. The first week of school, they have all the clubs that just like try and recruit you. Usually it's like in the main quad. Like in your college, they'll have like club week. I don't know what the fuck it's called. We had a special name for it, but all colleges do this where all fraternities, all clubs and stuff, they just like lay out tables and you can like come visit and stuff. Just go to that. And like you don't have to sign up for like a frat or like if you don't or sorority if you don't like partying, like just join the League of Legends club. Join like I don't know, anime club. Join like and like just college is the time when like just do what you want to do. And like you like trust me, the more opportunities you go for in college, the more you will like it. The good thing about it is like in college, like everyone wants to be friends. Like everyone wants to hang out. It's very much like everyone now is free from high school. And if you had like a shitty high school experience, you now get to have the college life experience. Like make friends, go to get your like food swipes or whatever the fuck you call for the dining hall, and just like go get fat. Like go eat with your friends and gain 15 pounds. Like who the fuck cares? Like just live your life. Okay. College is supposed to be fun. But do not fucking drink and flunk out of college, okay? Just get C's. Just like cruise, get B's, okay? Just like cruise by. Don't stress. Like make friends. Like it's a shit show. College is a shit show, but it's like a shit show in a good way. Like everyone there also wants to be friends, and like you're all the same age. You're just finding like who you are. And like the best way to find out who you are is to be friends with people and learn from them like what they like. Cause I've met so many people in college that are just like, oh, I like this band. I like this band. I like this game. I fucking hate League of Legends. I was like some nerdy elitist snob kid who like didn't think League of Legends could be cool. And then I played League of Legends. It was like I made hella friends in that. I played on the college team and it was super fun. I didn't like play like collegiate, but I played like we had like a UC Davis team. I like played on them. Uh I'm really like loud when I play and like like a hype man when I play, so it's like fun to play with everyone. But one thing I wish is like I just wish I joined like more clubs. Like I wish I joined like all different types of clubs. So like I even tried out like a fellowship to just like I'm not Christian, but I wanted to like experience what it could be, and then you just meet new people. Like just meet everyone. You never know what you're gonna like. You could hate football and join like football team. Maybe you like Quidditch. I don't know. You join a Quidditch team. In high school, you're kind of stuck with the same people, and so your reputation kind of like matters more because like if your reputation is bad in high school, it like circles through the whole high school. But in college, your reputation is like the college is so big that your reputation doesn't matter as much. And also like if you like something obscure like spice rack building, you can find other people that like spice rack building. Like there's so many people. Like you could find something that I didn't know I liked was like ultimate frisbee. If you guys have never played, it's like competitive frisbee, and I always thought, oh, that's fucking lame. But then I played, I'm like, wait, this shit's fucking fun. Like I like basketball, but I also like ultimate frisbee. But I like volleyball the most. I always played indoor volleyball. My school was UC Davis. We were known for agriculture, which is just like plants. But um you could play volleyball and we like rock climbing. Our gym was super nice. So I got like jacked in college. But that was just because like that was something I wanted to do. I would work out by myself. Like people would want to work out with me. But I just like kind of working out by myself. I like working out with like my house right now. But in college, I kind of wanted to be alone because I didn't like my body back then. So I just wanted to like, don't look at me, stay the fuck away from me. I'm gonna do this on my own. It's like if I want to learn to dance, I'm not gonna like dance in front of people. I'm gonna like dance in my room until I'm good, and then I'm gonna like now I can go dance. But volleyball is my favorite sport by far. Trust me, like college is fun because everyone is sucking at everything at the start. So it's okay to suck because something that's really fun in life is you're with your friends, you know, you're with your dorm mates, and you guys are just all sucking ass together like a human centipede. I'm just kidding. Like, if all of you guys bought skateboards right now and you went to like a parking lot and you guys all just tried skating and like practicing skating and you guys sucked ass, it'd be hella fun, right? Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, the skill does not matter at that point. Like, right now, if you went outside and like skateboarded, it would be kind of self conscious, but there's something magical about like you and a bunch of people just being stupid together for like a brief period of time because that creates a memory that you're going to remember for the rest of your life. And that's super important to have because that's what builds character. It's not like social media. I'll post or like someone will post about like the highlights of their life or whatever. That's not important. Okay. The highlights are okay. The most important thing I've ever done in my life is I've got before high school, before like our history class, me and my best friend drove to McDonald's and got like breakfast and just ate in a parking lot and just talked about stuff. And then we drove to class. Like stuff like that, I'll always remember. I remember how I felt. I'll remember like how I had a good time with this person. Like it built like a better friendship. That's like the stuff I care about. Like just the other day, I don't know if you guys saw Celine's tweet, but it was like me, Celine, Broden, Peter, John, Jody. We went to the park and we rented boats, like the swan boats where you have to like kick and paddle and stuff. But we just like did that for like an hour. But it's like really fun. You were just at a park and like just for a brief moment in time, like nothing else matters. Your grades don't matter, what your parents think of you, what like expectations, like none of that matters. Okay. The only thing that matters is I fucking paddle that boat out into the middle of the lake and we burn in the sun and it's hella fun. It's a lot of work. It was way harder than I thought it would be. Any tips on how to find friends if you don't go to school anymore? I would say the best way to make friends there's two ways of going about this. And I'm trying to think of like what's the best way to describe. Okay. Okay. So my housemates currently some of the best people I've ever met in my entire life, hands down. And when I say that, I mean it. I'm not sponsored by them. They don't have a gun to my head. They're not off screen right here with a gun. They're not off screen right here with a gun. Okay. This is candid. When I first met them, when I first met every single person in my house right now, I didn't honestly think I was going to be friends with them. I thought that I was meeting them for the first time and that they would go their own way and then I would go my own way and then we would never talk ever again. Every single person. Like not a single one that I talked to and I was like, "Oh, we're going to be good friends later." I did not think that. So, something I kind of believe in life is like first impressions aren't everything, but I try really hard to make people like comfortable, especially like, when I first meet them, because every person you meet in life, you kind of like plant a seed, and then they kind of have this like memory of you, and then like later, like the seed could grow, I just got really lucky that it just happened, like, all the seeds grew. But, like, you should always try and leave, like, good memories in people because no matter what, even if you don't become friends with that person, you still made the world, like, a better place. Like, if I make someone really happy at a coffee shop and I never see them again, there's, like, a much higher chance that they're gonna go on their life and make another person happy. Likewise, it's the same thing if, like, you're really mean to someone, it kinda, like, plants a bad seed in them, and that not only are you not gonna be friends, but they kinda spread that hate to other people in the world, and eventually the whole world has, like, all this hatred, but it's kinda like, "Okay, everyone, like, let's try to be a little bit more, like, empathetic towards people," and, like, stuff like that. The best way you could possibly make friends and how I met, because now you're asking, like, how do you meet people? Because, like, I had to have met them to even plant the seed, right? The best thing I can advise is, and this happens a lot and it kinda sucks, but it's life. A lot of times I actually meet friends through friends. So, like, I met everyone in my house through another friend, and it kinda sucks, but it's the way it is a lot of times I'm friends with person A. Person A introduces me to friend B and C. I become really close with person B and C, and I lose touch with person A. And that's life because sometimes you just have more synergy with certain people than others. Likewise, like, I think I could be friends with, like, a lot of different people, but I don't know if a lot of different people can be friends with me or, like, I don't know. And I said, "Hi, Matt. Just want you to know that every interaction with you has been positive, Sean. Thank you. I try. My favorite thing in life is to make people laugh and then I run away because now I've planted the seed and it's been watered a little bit. And now, though, now that I've established I'm the funniest person this person has ever met and I run away, it's like GG because now this person thinks about me and they dream about me and they have nightmares about me. I'm living in their head rent free. And in this economy, to have that kind of like real estate is pretty nuts. But now I'm gonna go to the very, very ultra extreme where you want to make friends, but you don't have person A friends. Like you don't have the friend that you can get other friends from. I don't like this approach because I think it like okay. I play Valorant. I If you paid me money to get people to add me on Valorant, I could make hella money. Like, I think it's really easy to this might just be my personality, but it's really easy for me to have enough charisma that I can entertain someone in Valorant, even if they don't know who I am, and then have them add me after. Even if I play like dog shit. I've made like teammates laugh and stuff just from doing like dumb things because I'll just play like a swift play. If I play ranked, it's a little bit harder because like we're all sweaty as fuck. But if I'm playing like a swift play or norms or something, I'll usually make like a play that's really stupid and funny. But if I'm good enough, I can pull it off. And if I make the person laugh, they'll like add me after. So you can meet people through like you can meet people through common interests. Something I don't like about that though is it's kind of like masking if you actually like the person or not. Like when I met all my housemates, I wasn't friends with or I didn't really have common interests with them. Like John played Fortnite. Jody played PUBG. Sydney was like a variety but getting into like games and stuff, but like oh, and I've never played games with Broden before, but like in general, it's just kind of like I'm friends with everyone in my house because of like the people they are. Like for example, the very first time I ever met Toast, okay? He didn't ask anything of me. He didn't know really who I was. All he knew was that I was trying out streaming. He didn't know like he was also like our sizes and viewership was also super different, but he treated me like we're equals. Like I never ever felt like he's up here and I'm down here. No matter what. I've never felt that way with him. And he came up to me one time and he was like, "Hey, like I heard that you like started streaming." And I was like, "Yeah." And he's like, "How do you like it?" And I was like, "Oh, it's kind of like scary. It's kind of like hard to know like what the cues are and like all the stuff." And he's like, "You know, it'd be cool if we did a Mario Party stream on your channel and I'll set everything up." And he took the time out of his day to like set up the Switch and like get the cameras and everything and hook up. And he let me borrow everything, his laptop, got the couch, and like he hooked everything up. And then we streamed on my channel. And I was just like, I felt super like overwhelmed a little bit. I get kind of like shy. Like if you're gonna sing to me on my birthday in a restaurant, I'm like it feels like pain. It feels like you're inserting like needles into me if like all the attention is on me and I don't feel like it's deserved. I don't know if anyone has ever felt like deserving of their birthday because you didn't do anything. It kind of feels like if you're at a restaurant and it's your birthday and they're bringing out the cake and there's candles on it and you're like, "Oh fuck yeah, it is my birthday, bitches. I deserve this cake." I've never felt that way. I've always feel like, "Oh, like yeah, it's my birthday, but I don't really like want this attention. Like this feels uncomfortable. I want to like rip off my skin. I want to like be naked and run away." I don't know. It like I just want to get out of the situation. It kind of felt like that, but he's very like comforting about it, and like it was probably the best I could have felt at the time. I was like super uncomfortable back then on camera at all. Like when I first started streaming, I hated being on camera. I could not stand it. I just like didn't like the attention. And so like when I streamed, I'd be like really like it felt like I was like a deer in headlights. And so I couldn't tell jokes. I couldn't be myself. I couldn't execute anything because there's just this camera on me all the time. I'm just like, what do I do? And then the advice is like, do whatever you want to do. But I'm like, I don't feel comfortable. So it actually wasn't until I met my current housemates that, well, my last house only had um, Sid, Jody, John, and they helped me a lot because they kind of told me like, oh, like you are making this too much about you're making your stream way too much about what everyone else wants, but you should if you're not comfortable on stream, like no one's gonna be comfortable on stream. So you just gotta find like where you're comfortable. And then once you're comfortable, because like for example, like you guys are probably like really funny, right? And charismatic and all this stuff, but only if you're comfortable. Okay. I think it's really hard to be funny and charismatic and like anything if you're like scared or you're nervous or you're anxious. Like when I get anxious in life, I want to throw up. I want to just like go to my room, throw up, and not come outside for like hours. But when I'm comfortable, like the world is my oyster. I can like do anything if I'm comfortable. Where are you born? I was born in San Jose, which is San Francisco, if you don't know, if you don't live in California. And yeah, my parents were born here. My grandparents were born here. My great grandparents came over here. Hi. Hi to Indonesia. I don't know anything about Indonesia. Could I, something I want to always ask is, could I blend in your guys' country if I do not open my mouth? Is it possible people think I'm local? Because I even think in America, like when I don't open my mouth, people have no idea like where I'm from or who I am. Like even Asian people don't know like what type of Asian I am when they look at me. They just assume like I'm not Japanese because Japanese people are more rare. You look Viet. I always get Korean and then I get Chinese, but I think I get Chinese because that's like the most common, and then I get Viet, but they never guess Japanese. Once I open my mouth, people know I'm from here because I don't really have an accent, unless you guys think I have an accent, like a Californian accent. But in Hawaii, I got in an elevator once, and this like 6-year-old white girl was like, I was stunned. This 6-year-old white girl to me, I don't know if she's 6, but she was young. She was like, "Oh my god, like your English is so good." I was like, "Thanks. I know, like it's all I speak." She's like, "Yeah, it's really good." I was like, "How do I like tell you that like not every Asian is like from Asia without like being rude? But I need to like humble you now while you're young because I don't want you to grow up being racist." So I let her go. I didn't know how to handle it at the time. I should have humbled her harder. Here in Eastern Europe, everyone would stare. Never eat soggy wheat. Eastern Europe, isn't that like when I hear Eastern Europe, I think like Russia. So Russia is the one anomaly to me where like if you're born like if you guys look at a world map and you look at how big Russia is, it's essentially like I want to say it's like bigger than half of Europe. It's huge. Like Russia is so big. I know it's not all inhabitable, but Russia is so big that if you're like all the way on like one side, you look Asian, and like if you're all the way on the other side, you look European. So if you're like Russian, to me, you could like I cannot like I'm not saying like mannerisms, but if I like look at you, I don't have no idea what you are. Like you could be Asian, you could be European. Like I'm like I don't know what you are. You could look half. Okay, to be fair, when I was little, my aunt moved to Virginia and I asked her what language they speak. I fair. Where do you come from? I was born here. Like, where do you actually come from? That's a comment. Yeah, I hate that. People are like, oh, like, where are you from? I'm like, I'm from San Jose. And they're like, no. Like, where are your parents from? Like, they're from San Jose. Like, oh, no. Where are your grandparents from? Like, San Jose. We're all from San Jose. We're from San Francisco. What do you want? No, but like, where are you actually from? And I'm just thinking, like, dude, I bet I've been here longer than you've been here. Where are you from? Because a lot of times, you know what's really weird to me? I'll ask like a white person a lot of times, like, oh, like what ethnicity are you? And they'll laugh and they'll say, like, I'm white. And I just think like that's not an ethnicity. Like where are you like what languages did you like you're gonna ask me what ethnicity I am, and when I say American, that's like not good enough for you. But like I'm asking you where you're from and you say white, that's like me saying I'm Asian. Like, what are you? And I've had that happen to me so many times. And then I say, like, no, like, what country are your ancestors from? That's what you're trying to ask me. And they're like, oh, I'm like German and Italian. I'm like, cool, I'm Japanese. That's the same equivalent, but they don't see it as the same, which is weird. It's the exact same thing. That has happened to me like 10 times. I just like don't even like asking it anymore because it feels like you don't know that you're being racist, but like you like it's like ignorant, like you're being ignorant. Like you saying you're white is the same thing as me saying I'm Asian. So you're asking where I'm from. Obviously, you know I'm from Asia somewhere, like a long time ago. But I'm also like so removed from Japan. Like I have ancestors from Japan, or sorry, I have family. Like I have a live family in Japan, like cousins, but I've never talked to them. My mom has talked to them, but I've never. If we saw each other, I don't think I would not recognize them or know anything. I don't think it's a white thing, just an idiot thing. I think it's more so like they've just never been asked where they're from. I think because if you're the one always asking where are you from, and you're never asked where you are like you are from, it's like you just aren't conditioned to think of it. So when I ask them, they're usually like stunned. But I'm kind of like, I've been in America probably like as long as you've been in America. So where are you from? Night Shinpaku. That's just something I experienced that I just like, can't believe it's real. Yeah. I would also agree that white people don't have a culture that they're attached to, but I would arguably say like I also am not attached to like Japanese culture. Like when I go to Japan with everyone, I'm gonna be the same as everyone. Like I can probably speak more Japanese than them, but I'm not fluent. I would say I'm just like very American. Like if I took Spanish for 4 years in high school, I would also be more useful in Mexico or like Spain or like a lot of South America than like a lot of people. Also, just a heads up, my great grandpa and my great uncle and my uncle, they fought in World War II for America against Axis powers. And my great uncle lost his arm and he has a Captain Hook arm. And when I was a little kid, we had a family reunion or like gathering. And I remember I was like so little and he had a hook for an arm. And I was like, oh my God, like, why do you have a hook for an arm? That's so sick. I'd rather have a hook for an arm than my arm. And he laughed because I was a kid. I was stupid back then. And then he told me, like, oh, like, I got it so I could fight pirates. Like, he said some wholesome answer. Really, though, he lost his arm because a landmine went off and the sharpener ripped his arm off. Anyways, when people ask where I'm from, I know what their intention is. And it's just like, my family fought in the war for America against Japan. So, like, if you guys go to the 442nd, on like Wikipedia, like the most decorated army command troop in like World War II, my great uncle's in that. He's like in the photo of all people. So when he passed away, there was like army people came. Like when he had his funeral, we all went and then they had like soldiers that came and they had like guns and everything and they did like the whole like army shit and I was like, "What? What's happening? Like why is this funeral so extreme?" As long as you don't, if I don't really care if you ask me where I'm from, as long as you don't say ni hao to me, we're good. Okay. I think that I'm setting the bar super fucking low. Don't say ni hao to me, and we're good. One time, I went to a college frat party in UC Berkeley, which is like in NorCal, and this homeless person yelled at me, "Go back to your fucking country." I didn't say shit to this person. I just got a hot dog. I got a hot dog. I'm walking down the street with one of my best friends. This homeless person is carrying a mattress on their back. So there's like a homeless person, like almost naked, is carrying a giant mattress on their back while walking, turns to me and says, "Go back to your fucking country. Go back to where you came from." And I asked, I was like, "Where the fuck did I come from? What's my country? Where do you want me to go back to?" And he stops for a second. He's like, "Korea?" And I was like, "No." And then I just kept walking. But I was just thinking, like, why does this homeless person care? Why are they yelling at me? Berkeley is like 90% Asian, which is even funnier. Did you know that the place I got the hot dog from, I forgot the name of the restaurant. It's like a really popular hot dog spot in Berkeley. All the students go there. When Trump got elected, it was outed out that the owner of that hot dog restaurant was super racist, like closet Nazi racist towards Asians. I was like, holy fuck. And he got outed or something. I don't know if he got fired. Anyways, never ate that hot dog place ever again. Their hot dogs are fucking good though, but it's probably the racism that made their hot dogs good. But I was just like, wow. I'm shocked that you could like be racist at Berkeley towards Asians. Top Dog. Wait, Charlie knows. It's actually called Top Dog. Wait, I think it's called Top Dog. The owner or someone, like one of the main people that worked there, was like super racist. I don't get racism. The human race could have been evolved way quicker and bigger if we would stop fighting each other and for being different instead of just learning from each other. I agree. Something that like yeah. For me, the way I see life is like my kid, okay? My beautiful child who has leukemia is dying, okay? On the deathbed in a hospital, okay? A doctor comes up to me and the doctor tells me, "Hey, listen, I can cure your kid. I can make sure that your kid lives to be older than you. Do you care that I'm blank?" I don't give a shit what race, what gender, what sexuality. I don't care if you're a fucking potato from a potato sack and you somehow were able to become a doctor through like evolution. I don't care. I just want you to save my kid. And it's just like the fact that humans hate on each other for being different, even though that human could become the best doctor, could become the best author, could become the best writer. It's just like you're so stupid. So just like why are you holding back all of humanity because you're afraid of something that's different from you, but they're actually not that different from you. They breathe the same air as you. When they cry, when they get sad, they cry like you. When they're happy, they laugh like you. Like, what's the real difference? There's not that much difference. They need water to live like you. They eat food like you. They also like playing video games. Like, people hate because they just like want to hate. Like, they want to just feel like they are not the same as you, so they push, like, all that stuff. Are you ever worried or afraid of racism? No, I think that I'm fortunate enough that I can handle racism now. The most important thing is, you need to stand up when you're called upon. So an example is, okay, let's take Black Lives Matter movement, okay? So Black Lives Matter movement happened. Um, a lot of people are like, okay, yeah, we understand the Black Lives Matter movement. Let's stand with them, okay? Some people are like, not Black Lives Matter, all lives matter. And so it's kind of like when you say all lives matter, you're not like being woke and you're not saying that like the whole point is like all lives have always mattered, but now it feels like society doesn't care about Black lives. And that's why we're saying Black Lives Matter. But then like certain people like who essentially are like closet just racist as fuck are like all lives matter. Cause it's kind of like, yeah, no shit, all lives matter. Like, do you not understand the purpose of this protest? Like, this protest is happening because Black people are being killed and no one's doing anything about it. Like, white lives have always mattered. So like, you know, like you saying all lives matter doesn't do shit. Like, doesn't mean anything. We all understand that already. And like, it's for that type of thing, something that's like really rough, but it's really a call is like white people have to stand up for that because people who say all lives matter, they don't actually believe all lives matter. They're just saying that because anytime you say all lives matter, it's always in retaliation to someone saying Black Lives Matter. And so during that movement, it's like all of the minority people who like stand up for Black Lives Matter, their voice matters. But for all like the fucking loser people who are gonna fight against that, the white people have to shut that down. Similarly, I have male privilege. So when misogyny happens in like Valorant, happens in like life, it's up to me to stand up because I'm a dude. So it's like something that's really misconscribed or whatever. It's just like, oh, women have to fight misogyny because like they faced it. But then it's like, who made misogyny? Guys made misogyny. and therefore guys have to stop it, because the type of people who like are really hardcore misogynists, like they're not going to listen to women. They hate women. They only are going to listen to men. So what we do as guys is we become giga alpha chat and we shit on misogyny, and then we win and we just kill the incels with our like awesome masculine traits, and then they die off or they join us. I don't know. I can't imagine being an incel, because I'm just thinking like, okay, when a guy yells at a girl in Valorant for just being a girl, I just think like, so you're an incel, huh? So you just want everything to be toxic masculine. You just want like to hang out with guys all the time. When you go to a college party, you just want all guys, no girls. Just love hot dogs. Like I fucking love Sausage Fest. Like I don't like girls. Girls are gross. I only want to hang out with dudes. Yeah, dudes hanging out. Like just dudes playing Smash. Dudes doing this. I'm like, that's all you want? You just want a world of dudes? That would suck ass. I think a world of just one of anything would be the worst. If you just had one, it's so stupid. It is so like, are you listening to yourself talk? You want to like just for your whole life just like have no friends that are girls. You just only want guys. You just only want to do guy things. You just only want to hunt animals. You only want to like, you want to have a lawn chair in your room. You don't want to have art on your wall. You don't want to have like a rug on your ground. Like, I think the only good thing that came from like Trump being president is like all the closet racist people came out and like we get to see them. But other than that, I think okay, this is the thing is I think Trump is like over here somewhere, and then like I think being Republican is like super different. Like I think that these things are not the same at all. Okay. Like I think Republicans and Democrats are both like super necessary. I fucking said I would never talk about politics on my channel, and here I'm talking about it, but it's because it's really fucking annoying that we have to go through all this shit. I don't talk about politics because I think your vote doesn't matter. And I know people say like, no, your vote matters. So I'm like, it doesn't. I think my vote genuinely does not matter. Okay. Until my vote is the same as someone from Mississippi, I'm not fucking investing time into researching and voting because I think that my voice is not heard. Anyways, I also think it's stupid that you can vote and do no research. Okay. The problem with Trump is I think that he pushed back. So I think it takes a long time to fix things, right? So it takes like a really long time to fix misogyny. It takes a really long time to fix racism. It takes a really long time to fix stuff. Okay? It takes fucking long. Okay? And so what ends up happening is you guys can give me your opinions and thoughts on this, because like on TikTok there was a time when it kind of felt like men are like kind of just like being attacked all the time. And I don't know if it was like my For You page or whatever, but the trend kind of like died down a lot. But it felt like there was like a time when on TikTok it was just everyone shitting on men, and then it kind of felt like you're attacking me for being a man, which I get. I think men can suck really fucking hard. I think men create a lot of the problems in the world, but it was like a lot of stuff, and then it would always be like something saying like, "Oh yeah, but like," because like the person that says like, "Oh, but not all men," it's kind of like that's equivalent to saying like you saying like not all men is like equivalent to saying like all lives matter. Like, because when you say like not all men, it's like, well, no shit, not all men. Like, obviously there has to be some good men. It's just like a lot of the men that happen to be like the most arrogant are like the loudest, and so they're the most like prominent in like society. But it kind of felt like there was a time when like in order to like level out the fields, like everyone is attacking men for no reason. Like, you are a man, so like what the fuck do you know? And like we'll just attack. Even if the woman is wrong and like the man brings up like a really valid point, the man like loses immediately. It kind of felt like for child custody, usually the mom wins. And that's just like how it is in court, because it's a little bit like sexist in that regard. But it kind of came to a point where I was thinking like, Okay, I think the fastest way that we can fix this is I think the fastest way you kind of fix anything is like overcorrection. So like let's overcorrect and like shit on men really hard and then like kind of even out the playing field a little bit. But it kind of felt like it was doing reverse damage. And like I could see a lot of like young teens like being on this bandwagon of like hating like all men. And then like what ends up happening though is you like I said, it's like up to men to fight misogyny, and you kind of need all parties to fight together. So like one example, I use this example because I know esports a lot, okay? So one example is like women in esports, okay? So eventually when it becomes more normalized, like women are going to join pro men's teams. Like it's just going to happen cuz women are already like good enough to join it. It just has to become normal, okay? But something that can't happen is it can't just be like a full girls team of 5 girls join esports and then like compete together and win it all. Like that could happen, but the chance of that happening is tiny. So what needs to happen is women and men have to be on the same team and fight alongside each other together. And then once that happens, it opens up the gateway for everything. Now like everything accelerates because now you have females and males competing in the same like team, you know? So the example is just like once upon a time in America, it was all white schools, okay? And because you're in all white schools, basically everyone else is uneducated. It's super unfair. But then like the first like black kid who comes from an all white school, they kind of like for pioneering, they kind of get shit on because they're like like the cards are super stacked against them. The whole school is fucking against them. Like they get bullied and stuff. But once like school becomes cohesive and there's black and white students learning together, like the amount of exponential growth that your school just has, like the whole population. So like, but that's why like racism, misogyny, like homophobia, like it's also stupid as fuck because you're using like this hatred to prevent this other like these other people who are really similar to you and could be better than you at like a specific task, could achieve greatness from achieving greatness. Because as a country, if racism was eliminated, imagine everyone works together. Like we could be the best country by far. I think America is like one of the most diverse countries ever. But because we choose to fight all the time, nothing ever gets done. No laws ever get passed because everyone thinks super selfishly. It's like it almost makes me feel like it's better to just have one race in your country because at least then everyone is like getting along with like that stuff. But it's kind of like that's so dumb. Are you pro-life or pro-choice? Pro-choice. I think pro-life is a terrible name for what it actually is. Because I think you should value. I personally think that you should always value life in. I think you should always value life that's currently on Earth and like is like contributing to society and like you kind of have like a character system. I won't say too much on this because I think this is like a sensitive topic and I won't like argue about this. I think if you're a woman though and you want to have an abortion, you should be able to have one. I think that if you're a man and you have anything to say about a woman's right to have an abortion, I think you should shut the fuck up. And I think I'll ban you. I like don't care. I don't care if this is like a I'm right and you're wrong thing. It's like I'm a man and to say like, "Oh, a kid is 50% a man, 50% a woman." It's kind of like, dude, I think if a kid is going to come into the world, like you like if one of the parents like doesn't want the kid, it's super hard. It's super hard to raise a kid with two loving parents already. If you have go into a relationship where like one person is unsure and one like for sure doesn't want the kid, it's like all the guy did was donate sperm. That's super easy. I could give you this is like TOS. I could give you hella sperm. You want hella sperm? I could give you sperm. That's the easy part. Okay? The hard part is the egg gets fertilized. I have to carry a child for 9 months. It ruins my body. I become like super self-conscious. Society is like pressuring you to do all this shit. You like the mom has the harder job, okay? The dad doesn't have any like real pressure. Also, like I can make a kid so easily. I don't think it's hard to make a kid. I just make sperm. I make sperm automatically. I eat chocolate chip. I just ordered hot Cheetos a bag of barbecue Lay's chip, 2 Monster Energy drinks, a chocolate milk, and a can of dry. And even with me eating all of this junk food shit, I can still produce sperm. Okay? That's easy as fuck. Okay? It's just like the earth has so many fucking humans already. We have so many humans, okay? I think if both parents want to have a kid, have a kid and make your kid happy. Like, try really fucking hard. Because I think most of the people that fucking argue for pro-life, they don't give a shit about the life. They don't give a shit about the the mom. They don't give a shit about how well of a life this kid's gonna have. They're so tunnel visioned on like, I'm a man and I should have 50% of say and like blah blah. It's like, dude, just shut up. Just like for once in your goddamn life, stop talking. Stop mansplaining. Stop sitting on the bus with your legs open, taking up 2 seats. Like, just shut the fuck up. You are the same person that like open mics on fucking Valorant and just fucking rages. You just think everything's about you. It's not always about you. Like, I also think like my opinion doesn't matter in hella points in time and hella points of arguments. Like, I think that for a woman's body, her right, she's the one nurturing the baby. Like, she has the right to whatever she wants. It's her body. I have the right to do whatever I want. If I want to, I don't want to say what I'm going to do, but I have the right to do whatever it is for my body, right? I can. All of these inappropriate thoughts are flooding through my mind of what can leave my mouth. But I'm just saying, like, it's my body. I can do whatever the fuck I want with it, okay? Like, this is my life. I'm doing whatever the fuck I want. I'm just saying, if you're a dude and you want a kid, make her fall in love with you then. Make her want to have a kid with you, okay? I don't give a fuck. If you can't do that, you can't have a kid. Sorry. Genetic diff. What are you going to do about it? You should be the egg holder then. Also, banning abortions is stupid as fuck because if you're gonna ban abortions, like they're just gonna find another way to have an abortion. Like, at least if you make abortions legal, you can do it where like one party 99.999% of the time lives, you know? And also like sometimes like you get pregnant and like you're just not ready to have a kid. Like, you might be ready later. Like, I think at some points in life, like you're ready. Like, you have a job, you have like a future planned out. Like you're like on the path to like become a parent. Okay? And like you're scared, you don't know if you're ready to be a parent, that's fine. But like there are times you're like a 16-year-old girl, you're like an 18-year-old girl, even you're an 18-year-old guy, 16-year-old guy, like you get pregnant early, like it's okay to be pregnant and not ready to have a kid. Okay? I promise you, God isn't like, holy shit, you're murdering unborn babies. I guess you got to go to hell. I guess you're going to burn for eternity. Like, if you really think our creator is like that, then fuck it. I don't want to go to heaven. If our creator is really going to be that anal about, like, you were fucking scared, so you made this choice. Like, I think that if God does exist, he's going to like look at your life and he's gonna be like, oh, like I get why you made that decision. Like, you were fucking terrified. You were only 16 years old. Like, you did not know what to do. It is not your fault. Like, holy shit, that is a scary thing. I'm sorry. Likewise, I like that you donated money to an orphan shelter. That was cool. You can go to heaven. Like, I don't think God is like up your ass. Like, listen, you were a good person. You tried to make the world a better place, but you weren't ready to have a kid when you were 15. You had an abortion. Sorry. But you had 3 kids later and you raised them and you were a loving parent. But we really got tunnel vision on when you had that abortion of that unborn kid that could have been Hitler. We have no idea. Yeah, there's supposed to be separation of church and state, but how the fuck can you do that if like our own year calendar is based off of like Christian birth? I also think that as more knowledge spreads and like people become more educated, it becomes more like obvious to me that religion plays less and less of a role because religion is really good at explaining the unknown. Like, for example, like a long time ago, like people didn't understand like volcanoes erupt or like earthquakes erupt or tornadoes. They thought they're like gods attacking. But you learn over time like that's just science. Also, it's crazy how like passionate I am about this because I don't talk about politics, but for me, I think women and men are equal. I think like they could be different, sure. But in terms of like what's different about them, it's so minuscule that it like doesn't affect what they can become. I think a man and a woman could equally become like the best doctor ever. I think a woman and a man could be the best video game player ever. I think the only thing that's like really different is like physical strength. Like LeBron James is a freak of nature tank who could be unmatched in basketball. But to say like, oh, like no woman could ever be as big as LeBron James and play basketball at his caliber, I'd arguably say I couldn't play at LeBron James's basketball caliber. I also think a lot of women could be way better at basketball than me, even if I played every single day of my life. There just happens to be freaks of nature genetically, physically for like men. But like most men don't even reach that caliber anyway, so who cares? Like don't compare that as like an example. Secondly, it's just like there like it's so obvious that the reason why I can't be really religious, like I tried. I really tried to be religious, okay? I wholeheartedly put my soul into it to just adventure and like become religious. This is not all religions, but most major religions, it is super black and white, super obvious that it was made by a guy, okay? The Muslim like religion, Christian religion, Jewish religion, all of these religions are very, very clearly made by a male because it just kind of like paints the picture of like it kind of revolves more around the male, and then the female is like could be equal, but they're like to serve the male. And it kind of got me thinking like once upon a time. Adia, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. It makes me think like why are all the prophets males, right? And it got me thinking. I asked Sydney this question the other day. How come all witches, we're playing like World of Warcraft, and we're talking about what's the difference between a wizard and a mage and like what's the difference between like a wizard and a mage and like, you know, all those archetypes? And like how come a witch can only be a female? Okay, or a sorcerer. Like all these things are kind of like all mage things, but only a girl can be a witch. And it got me thinking. So back in the day, guys would be prophets, right? And they say, I've heard the word of God. I am the chosen. I'm the chosen one. God chose me to spread the word. I am the spreader of words, okay? And all the men and all the women are like, yeah, like that guy talked to God. He's a prophet. We trust him, okay? Yeah, he's a prophet. I guarantee you, if we're going back then in time, and there's a girl who says, I have heard the word of God, I hear voices, the men are gonna say, that's a fucking witch, burn her. Even though the man and the woman are saying the same thing, society is gonna attack the woman and not take her word for it. I bet God has probably talked to more women because they're more rational. There was some interview of some woman. Selena, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I guarantee you, there was like, so when Trump was getting elected, they interviewed like a woman in a rally and they asked like, do you think a woman could ever be president? And then oh no, it was like because Trump went against like Hillary Clinton or something. But they basically asked this woman who's kind of like been brainwashed in like a Southern Republican state, like, do you think a woman could ever be president? And then she was like, no, I think women are like too emotional. And I was thinking like, huh, that's weird. You think women are emotional? And then I kind of asked, and then the guy asked in the interview, like, how many wars were started by women? And then she's just like stunned. Like she's like not really it's because her whole life she's told like, oh, you're being too emotional, like you're being gaslit, like women are emotional. They can't do like, dude, it's literally a meme that men punch walls when they're angry. Like, I've never seen my mom punch a wall. I've seen my dad almost break shit in my house. My mom, though, will not break stuff. Like, I think men get overly emotional all the time. And I think that they do it in like a way that's like terrifying. Like, I can be scared of my dad. I'm never like scared of my mom, but there are times when like my dad gets really mad and he gets like he looks like he could kill me. Like when he looks at me sometimes and he says my full name and I know I fucked up, there's a slight chance I think he removes the life that he created in this household. No, like even if my mom slapped me or my mom has never laid a finger on me. Even if my mom hit me, I'm not scared of her. Like I could fight my mom. I would never hit my mom. If my mom punched me in the face, I would not hit her back. I could survive my mom's punch in the face. My dad punches me. I told you guys, my dad wakes up at 4 a.m. on the dot. 3:59, 1 minute passes. It hits 4 a.m. He eats his steel cut oats. My dad eats so healthy. He does not take protein drinks. He eats enough natural, organic, like chickens that are never caged, get to run free on the land, have acres of free land. Like my dad is just gonna live forever. Okay, eats fish, but not too much because of mercury levels. Like all blood pressure, like dude, this guy is like a scientist. He could make Frankenstein way more efficient than Frankenstein was made. If this man punched me in the face, it would instantly kill me. It would be one punch. My dad's like one punch man. Like real life, one punch man. I think he could do 100 push-ups in one sitting. My dad can do pull-ups with like over 90 pounds tied to his waist. Like he could probably do like, my dad does a pull-up so easy, it looks like he's paper. But I've never seen my dad do a muscle up. But I'm like sure he could do it. I've just never seen him do it. My dad is I like promise you though, my dad is only toxic masculinity in a sense where like he doesn't talk about his emotions very much and he works out. He is not sexist in any way. He treats my sister like way better than me, which I agree. I also think my sister's not annoying as fuck like me. So like my sister's way better than me. My dad doesn't have an IG, unfortunately. I don't think he knows what. I think my dad does not know what Instagram is. He knows what Facebook is, though. He's not bald. My dad has a good set of hair, so I'm not too worried about my hair. Something I'm really fortunate. Well, for some reason, both my grandpas were 6'2" and 6'3", and like I'm not 6 feet, which is kind of weird. Also, like to be that tall as a Japanese person is like really rare, really rare. My dad's like pretty inspirational though. Well, especially for Japanese. Most like Japanese people I meet are pretty short. Like, even when I go to Japan, everyone's pretty short. Well, I was really gonna play World of Warcraft, and then I didn't play. What the fuck? Sydney just woke up. Something I really like living in my house is you can kind of see everyone like awake and like what they're doing and everything. Like I like that I can open Discord and I see like who is awake and what they're doing. Also, like if you stream, I kind of like what you're up to. It's like I'm a stalker, but it's like it's okay. Like we're all in, like we're all stalking each other, you know? Anyways, I streamed this morning because I have a lot I have to do today. And I didn't know when the next time I'd be able to stream. I didn't know the next time I'd be able to stream. So I was like, fuck it. I'll stream now. And I'll do all my work and I'll be ready for the podcast thing. And I'll be ready for Jody's stream. Like, what does Sean do when he wakes up? Dude, I'm telling you guys, I wake up and I just lay in bed. And I like do work on my phone. And I write down ideas and stuff. But I'm like, if you just saw me, it's just like my head sticking out of my blanket. Like a child. A child before Christmas morning is about to happen. I feel like the moral of this whole stream is be kind. No, I don't think you should always be kind. I think sometimes you have to be mean. I work with OTV's podcast and stuff. And then I'm gonna be on Jody's stream later today. I don't know exactly what we're doing, but I like think it has to do with cooking. So I have to make sure I get enough sleep for that. Which is fine. I could sleep 12 hours and I think I still make it in time. Yeah, but I don't really know how to like cook. I can cook, but like only really specific things. 6 p.m. Okay. I didn't know. I thought it might have been 8. But I guess it's 6. It's in my Google Calendar though. Well, one of my greatest weaknesses in life is if I don't get a lot of sleep, I'm like a huge bitch. Sean, what's your height? I'm 5'7". Or I'm 5'8". I'll let you decide. I'm taller than someone, and I was like, how tall are you? And then they said 5'7". I was like, oh, interesting. I would only want to be 5'8" because 8's my favorite number. I don't really care about my height. I've never had height be a problem for me. Like, I think people don't like me for my height. I think people like me because I'm good at Valorant. Like, I know you guys are here because you like my Valorant skill. When I'm horizontal, I think I'm way taller. I'm horizontal. And the rug. I think the rug is pretty solid. All I know is when I end stream, I'm immediately going to bed. Toricha, thank you for the sub. Welcome back for 5 months. I appreciate it. Was listening to you while watching a close VCT match. It made me feel relaxed. What VCT match is going on at this time? Is it like is it Asia or Europe? This is the first stream of yours I've ever watched. I literally do enjoy your Just Chatting streams because of your opinions and of course your personality. See, I agree. I also like my personality. I would say my personality is one of my greater traits in life. Which is why... Sorry, I have to close this bag. I know it's really fucking loud. I apologize. But I know that... Well, I didn't always like my personality. I had to foster this personality. I had to grow this personality. I had to watch a lot of SpongeBob. A lot of Whose Line Is It Anyways? Powerpuff Girls. I had to watch like a lot of cartoons to become who I am today. Before, well, I guess I watch cartoons all the time. Fairly Odd Parents was another one. I just watched like a lot of cartoons. How's Michael Reeves off camera? I'm sure he has tons of energy. He has. Michael is actually like the best way I could describe Michael is he's really friendly. That feels like that's not doing him justice, but he makes you feel like you're best friends with him, like after talking with him for 30 seconds. He's like really good at making you feel comfortable and like like you can be yourself, which is like a really good trait. So in life, so this I guess also affects with like who you pick as like your favorite streamer, I guess. You should always surround yourself with people who are better than you at something. Okay? Like you kind of want like not to be selfish or anything, but you should be like the worst one in your friend group because the closest 5 people you have, it could be your mom, it could be like your partner who you're dating, it could be like best friend, it could be anything, okay? But your closest 5 people in your life generally are like another like they're basically an extension of you, okay? So if you want to get good at Valorant, make sure all your friends are really good at Valorant and you're the worst one. And like you'll get better. If you want to be funny, make sure all your friends are funny. Or your 5 or 4 other close people are funny and you'll become funny. Like I would say that a lot of my humor comes from cartoons, but in terms of like cuz you can't just watch cartoons. How I learned to like execute a lot of my jokes was like a lot of my best friends in high school are funny. Like I absorbed a lot of funniness from them. Like I've always been like a class clown, but one of my like best friends, he's also like a class clown. So like when we were in class together, we had Japanese together. When we were together in class, the teacher always separated us. Like they're like, you two never shut the fuck up and you always interrupt class and you're always making everyone laugh. So you guys have to sit on opposite sides. So we would have to sit on top right, bottom left desk corners or top left, bottom right desk corners, and we would switch every month. Because I would arguably say I was my Japanese teacher's favorite student. And it's not because I'm Japanese and she's racist. It's because I made her laugh. She just thought it was hard to teach the class because I would make everyone talk and laugh all the time. I have a classmate who's insane at academics and she inspires me to do better. Attitude is contagious. If you want to accomplish goals in life, add post-it notes to your life. Also, I think post-it notes just look cool on your wall, so just do that. And remember, your goals don't have to be huge. I actually think that most goals are like if you want to start working out, the best amount of days you could work out is 6 days a week. Because if you work out 3 days with 1 rest day, like you could get so awesome so fast. But I realize that that's asking a lot. I would just do like, I would work out like 3 to 4 days a week, and like you don't have to even work out that hard. If you want to like get a guitar, you don't have to play guitar like for hours. Just play 15 minutes today. Brush your teeth. Brush your teeth and take showers. Like I'm fucking serious. I am your guys. I officially have adopted all of you, and I am all of your guys' parent. Brush your teeth and take a shower today. And if you're a girl with really long hair, you don't have to wash your hair, but like you have to wash your body, okay? Excellent. Good work, children. You know what's funny? When I was a little kid, I used to always bitch about so I used to not take showers as a kid unless like my parents asked me to. My parents would ask me like every other day. But they asked me like, how come you don't like taking or how come you don't take showers like by yourself? How come you only take showers if like we tell you to shower? And I was like, I don't like showering. And they're like, why do you not like showering? You don't like being clean? And I was like, no, that's not it. I don't like showering because it's cold after you get out of the shower. And my parents are like, oh, that's the only reason? I'm like, yeah. And my parents are like, okay, we could fix that. So what my parents did was they bought huge heat dishes and they plug them in, and then they like heat up the entire like they're like, I was like really spoiled as a kid. And then they bought hella rugs. So our bathroom was like all tile, but they put rugs everywhere. So like your feet never touch the cold tile. So right when you get out of the shower, not only are you immediately like a heat wave hits you, but your towel, my towel is heated. Like my towel is like on fire. So it's like heated. And then I get out and I'm just like I've never felt like an ounce of coldness in my life. Like it's hotter outside when I get out of the shower than when I was in the shower on maximum heat. So I'm just saying, like, if you have problems in life, they can probably be fixed. So if you have like goals you want to accomplish, if you have aspirations you want to do, try your best to just remove friction, because I'm not a bitch about a lot of things, but I am a bitch about getting out of the shower and it's cold. I'm not anymore. I've grown up. I've matured. I can leave a shower now and not complain. Yeah, I have a towel warmer now. I don't really use it though because I need another outlet and I'm too lazy to buy a power cable, like a power extension block, but get rid of the friction in your life. Like, think about in your life, like what holds you back. Get rid of the friction, okay? If you like have trouble getting dressed in the morning, just pick out your outfit the night before and just put it put it on your desk. Like just leave it on your chair. And like I promise you, if you just remove all friction in your life, you can easily do stuff. Like the reason why I wake up in the morning and I lay in bed for like a solid hour, 2 hours is because I like mentally I'm not ready to leave my bed because then I have to start everything and I don't know where I want to start and I don't know like what I need to do and what I want to do and like, but if I just write on my post-it note exactly what I need to do. So what ends up happening is I actually open my phone, I open notes and I write down everything I need to do. And then I put it in order of like what I can do and what I can overlap. Like if I do laundry, for example, I do laundry and then I cook lunch because as the laundry's in the machine, I have to wait. I can't do anything. So I just cook during that time. Like I can't stream and do my laundry because then I get mildew on my clothes. So I have to like wash my clothes while doing cooking and then I do other tasks and then I stream. So I like, and once it's all organized, I could do it. Because once you're uncertain, like you don't know what you need to do, it's way more like, oh, I don't want to start this at all because I don't know where I'm going to start. So I'm just not going to do it. Yeah, just do things like step by step. Well, guys, it's that time of the night. I'm not playing WoW, by the way. It's game time? What's wrong with you guys? I don't even play video. Okay. This is hella funny. I would play WoW, but I'm too tired. I'm doing a hardcore challenge where if I die, I have to delete my character. So you guys are probably wondering, like, Sean, like, why don't you yeah, I have a cooking stream in 12 hours. So I just need to sleep. I think I'll be happy if I sleep 6 hours. I think if I sleep 6 hours, I'll be fine. Okay. But So like you guys have probably been wondering like what have you been doing, Sean? Like what do you do with your life when you're not streaming? I play this stupid game. I play this game called Hearthstone Battlegrounds. And you guys are probably wondering like, "Oh my god, Sean, can Hearthstone Battlegrounds be that fun?" Give a minion +2/+1 for each minion you've bought this turn. Keep in mind, I suck ass at this game, okay? But yeah, I'm gonna be on the Quarter Jade stream. For those who don't know, it's Jody. Wait, I'm gonna sleep in between this and the cooking stream. I just needed to stream sometime today. See, aren't you guys happy I stayed awake though to stream? Um, for those of you that don't know how to play this game, it doesn't fucking matter, okay? Like, this is a game that you don't need to really focus. And maybe I'll just stream until I get a first place in this. A lot happens. This is like TFT, kind of, if Hearthstone was TFT. I'm very happy to see you stream this time. So you want me to stream every day at 2 a.m.? Because it can be done.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
No, I fucked up. Thought this was more like Yu-Gi-Oh than TFT. This game is so easy to play. But you're playing... I don't know how to emote. Oh. Okay, something about this game that allows me to talk to you guys is... There's a lot of downtime in this game. So you actually just, like, wait a long time. Basically, if your minions all die, you take damage. And if their minions all die, they take damage, obviously.
The battle is really raging out there. Looks like you can get a triple. I'll save these ones for later.
Have you tried Marvel Snap? I have not. I saw friends get sponsored by it. I don't know if that would be exactly what I want. Today is the first time I've hung around the stream, and it became my favorite morning podcast. Thank you, Sean. No problem. No problem, Winter Rose. I can podcast anytime. I think that my skill in life is podcasting. If that is a skill. This is going to be really embarrassing if I play this game that you guys have never seen or care about, and then I get last place because I'm pretty sure I'm like really low elo. The only you guys have to know is, look at this. I can buy 3 of the same card, and then it upgrades, bada bing, bada boom, and then I play it, and it gives me another thing, and it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, bada bing, bada boom. Okay. And that's it. And now I kind of wait. Seanic cast pause champ. Wait, how many people are you playing against? That was 1v1. It's 1v1v1v1v1v1. There's 8 of us. It's what you 1v1 everyone 8 times. 8 blah, 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 8 people. 1v1v1. So I'm getting my ass kicked, but it's because I'm strategically getting my ass kicked. Woofy, thank you for the sub. Woofy, I'm also glad you were able to join my first morning podcast.
It doesn't destroy you, makes you stronger.
Okay, let's upgrade. Let's then play this. Let's get a free refresh. Let's not get anything we need. Let's refresh again. Perfect. Let's sell this. Wait. After a friendly Tommy does get a blowjob. Oh no, I yawned. Which exemplifies that I have tiredness in my bones. Okay, low-key, I would be playing TFT, but TFT sucks ass right now. I don't know if any of you guys have played TFT. Is hot garbage. I love TFT. I am a casual TFT player. It is not good right now. I do not have fun. Maybe it's good. I do not have fun playing it. Yeah, I usually love TFT. I just think it happens to be garbage like right at this moment. It's just not fun. Like I like TFT when like units are fun. Right now it feels like the units that are good are really boring. They don't feel good. A 7-5.
Better hire a recruit while you can.
People force the same thing and it gets annoying. Yeah, it's just boring. Like I think games need a good like mix of variety and like the game just doesn't feel fun. I like don't know how to put it. Like I think that in a game, video games are supposed to be fun, right? Later, Crispy. Like video games are supposed to be like really fun and like yeah, they are supposed to be competitive and balanced. But at the end of the day, like it's really important for me as a casual ass player to enjoy playing cards. It has to like feel good. Like it can't just be X. It can't just be Y. That's why like whenever I play CSGO and like the fucking Counter-Strike frogs come and they're like, I fucking love Counter-Strike. Like Counter-Strike's the best game ever. Like if you don't like Counter-Strike, you're dog shit. Like fuck you. And I just think like, dude, your video game sucks ass. It's like it's good in a lot of aspects, but it can improve so much. And you're so stuck in like the old ways of the past that you're not willing to like try anything new. This guy is fucking strong. It's good to have variety in your game. You definitely want like a lot of different power creeps to be different. Okay, perfect. And then I refresh. And then I get nothing that I need. Sends his regards.
Cruising for bruising.
Wait, what? The first blood gem play on this each turn gives an extra +3/+3. Okay. They invested so much time with CSGO, probably hard to let it go for them. The weirdest thing is they said CSGO was going to, like, they talked about releasing CSGO like 20, not 20, like 10, 15 years ago. I think it is really upsetting. Blizzard, if you're listening and you want to sponsor me, though, I take back everything I say. But once upon a time, Blizzard only made the best games ever. Okay, they made StarCraft, they made Warcraft, they made World of Warcraft, they made Diablo. Like these games were so good, and the world making was like unmatched. Now they make shitty games, no flame to Overwatch. I think it's too much shit. Okay, there's too many weird things in Overwatch that don't make sense. And not only Overwatch, but like Heroes of the Storm sucked ass. I don't really care if you have a different opinion, because like the game like died. Okay, the game died really fast. But something really important is, yeah, that's the perfect way to put it. Blizzard is DC and Riot Games is Marvel. That is like the most accurate way to describe it.
I like where you're going with this.
Sorry, I need to focus for 1 second as I read all of these things really quickly. Okay. Personally, I want this to upgrade. And then this. And then this. And then refresh. Okay. The issue with Marvel, though, is I think it's just hard to stay top dog forever. My issue with Marvel is I think all of the latest Marvel movies, this is maybe a controversial take, I think all the latest Marvel movies suck. I think that Marvel used to be incredible. I think they got really lucky with Iron Man popping off and doing so well and like blowing up the franchise. And then slowly, like as they tried to integrate every single character into Marvel, it felt like they dropped the ball. Like once upon a time, Netflix originals used to all be super good. Like they just did a great job. And then they released Avatar live action, and it was just like, Jesus fucking Christ. And they made live action Death Note, and I was like, dude, stop releasing garbage. Like everyone loves what you make. So Blizzard, I will say this though, even though Blizzard stopped making really good games, their cinematics are beautiful. I would pay so much money just to watch Blizzard cinematics. Oh my god, I fucking won. Like Star Wars, some OG folks would be like, this is a wrap, this sucks. Yeah, Star Wars is a good example of like legendary. Oh my god. This is so good. Okay, good news, guys. I buy this and it upgrades. You guys probably have no idea what the fuck's going on. I buy this because I have 3 of these. It upgrades to a Giga Quillbore. And I get to upgrade. Give a minion divine shield on next turn.
Go ahead and
Oh.
hire these recruits.
I can't think of the math. I can't do the math fast enough in my head. So 1, 2. I think I freeze.
I'll save these ones for later.
I just think it's too hard. Okay, it's too hard to create like, okay, Game of Thrones. It's really hard to create like a legendary like franchise and keep it going forever. It's hard. And the more portals you open up, like the more you have to like fix. This unit is so fucking busted. Please be 1 star each. I died. This unit is so fucking broken. Morning, Patty. Okay, I'm playing one more time. I'm playing one more game. This is why I play this game, because this game is dog shit in a sense where you're never like done. Like you're never like done. Like you're never satisfied with this game. And that's why it's like I play this so much. They had a clear format but for how it was going to be after Endgame, but the pandemic delayed the entire plan. See a panic about how they should go through the series. And I think night Dino dude. I should drink my chocolate milk. I would be so happy right now if I could drink this chocolate milk. But it's not cold.
Ready to get started?
Okay, we're looking for dragons. At the end of your turn, give another friend main +1 attack. I think Marvel has too many characters that I don't care about.
Tell the others.
Like I don't like. I actually think the last thing that was good that Marvel made was WandaVision. And that was so cool. It was like so creative, so innovative, great show. I was entertained the entire time.
The battle is really raging out there. Better hire a recruit while you can.
John, you look nice today. Thank you. Thank you. It's hot. It's very, very hot. Well, I've never liked DC. But the reason I don't like DC isn't because of like the DC heroes. I don't like DC because Superman exists. I think one superhero having like all the powers is like really dumb concept.
Your minions really pulled their weight. Great. I can bring in more powerful minions now.
Like I don't know if you guys ever watched I don't know if you guys ever watched Justice League, but it was like really fucking lame that the Flash is like running and Superman just like flies faster than Flash. So Flash was like moving in slow motion and Superman was like going way faster and could like kick his ass. Like basically Justice League the movie it was everyone in the Justice League. Like Superman has a crisis, a midlife crisis, and he wants to fight everyone. Everyone else in the Justice League is trying to fight Superman, but they all just like Superman is basically every single person in the entire DC universe, like times a billion.
Keep up the momentum, friend.
WandaVision felt like it could be its own show, and it would have been great. Like even outside the Marvel universe. Hi, Hokie. I have been good. My main problem with DC is Superman is like the most OP super, and it's not even close. I think if they remove Superman, I think if they remove Superman, DC could be saved. It's kind of like if you had a Valorant agent that could beat everyone. It's basically like Chamber times a million. Also, Superman is just like the lamest superhero name. Like, I'm super duper man. Like, I don't know, man. My Superman's boring. Also, he puts on glasses to be Clark Kent. No one can recognize him. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, that's the worst costume design ever. I'm trying to think who my favorite superhero is, though. I was saying, like, something I really liked was X-Men.
That doesn't destroy you makes you stronger.
Hmm. Remember one more time. I like Doctor Strange. Low key, I like Ant-Man, but I think I just like Paul Rudd. I don't know if I actually like Ant-Man himself. I've never seen Legion. Legion is a show, right? Not a movie. I like Storm. Out of all the X-Men, I don't like that they made Wolverine like so emo. I like I don't consider Deadpool like a Marvel superhero because he's kind of like a anomaly. My favorite superhero is probably like, I really like Doctor Strange. I don't know if he's my favorite though.
Oh, I've dealt
I
with
like
terrible
Spider-Man from Enter the Spider-Verse a lot. I'm about to take a fuckload of damage. Oh, that's not damage. I don't like I don't like the Tobey Maguire Spider-Mans.
Welcome back. How's it going out there? Go ahead and hire one of these recruits. I like where you're going with this.
Peter B. Parker is probably my favorite Spider-Man. Which one is that? Peter B. Parker. This one, yeah. This is also in it, right? He's like the mentor. Thoughts on the thoughts on the new Super Mario movie? It was okay. I think it's worth your ticket money. But like I wouldn't go watch it again. Yeah, I mean hot Cheetos for breakfast. But I'm countering it out with Canada Dry. What time is it? 7:16 a.m. The Super Mario movie would have been 10 times better if they didn't have any singing parts. I actually didn't like the songs. Wait, my passive sucks. It makes their minions stronger.
You're good at this.
Oh, wait. This could work. Let's do this. Isn't Jack Black being nominated for an award for his Peach song? Dude, I hated that song. I thought that Peach song, I like wanted to leave the theater. I just don't think that that's like my type of humor. I like didn't think it was funny. I like didn't like that song. I'm a hater. I'll be the first to say it. I'm a hater.
I once served a drink to
I like the Sonic movie more than the Mario movie.
his hands.
So now that you understand that as the bar, you'll know like how much I like the movie or not. I like the Sonic. I think they hinted at the Sonic 3 movie that weren't they gonna have Shadow in it? I don't know if that's true. Don't quote me on that. Sid rated Mario movie 10 out of 10 for kids, but overall 6 out of 10. I would give Mario movie 5 out of 10. So they did a good job in the Mario movie about playing original Mario music from the game, and that was the best. They missed a lot of like jokes that they could have done that I thought like, oh, it'd be so cool if they did this, and then they just didn't do that at all. I think if Sonic 3 does a tribute to Sonic Adventure 2 with like chaos and the perfect stuff, I think that they can make that the best movie of all time.
Nice work out there. Keep up the pressure.
Wait, Ben Schwartz is Sonic? I did not fucking know that. But now that you say that, it sounds like him.
Hiring that minion will get you a triple.
Yeah, give it to me. All right, now give it to me. Your Battle Crusher twice. Morning, Golden. I can tell I'm getting tired. I'm glad I didn't drink that Monster Energy drink. Or I would infinitely be awake. Like it would be an impromptu 24-hour stream. What is this thing doing? Why is this getting so much health? Do I have enough damage to beat it? You know, I'm short 1 damage. This is so annoying.
Rough battle. Pick yourself back up and turn it around.
My brood will feed on your bones.
Wait, what? Okay, that didn't work as planned. Alright, I think I'm unstoppable now. Thoughts on trends of people making live action movies from animation, like The Little Mermaid? Okay. Okay, this is my opinion. I think that people are not creative at all. And they're just like recycling. I think it's boring as fuck that they're just recycling things. But I don't really know like how they can fix that. Oh, I have fucking water. I forgot that humans drink this. Perfect. Now I can live.
Yeah, let's step up our game. Better hire a recruit while you can. I like where you're going with this.
So many shinies.
It's quite a challenge to obey to the canon story while also make your own creative narrative story. I think that like I think it's kind of hard because I think it's hard. It's like impossible to create. Oh, fuck yeah. Like, so once upon a time, like Nintendo was created, right? Nintendo's been around forever. Like, old Nintendo came out before I was born. Super Nintendo came out like before I was born. Super Nintendo, and then Nintendo 64 came out when I was 5 or 4. But the entire time, they've been building the brand of Mario, right? it'd be so hard for you to just create a new Mario and like that to be the face. Like Pikachu is the face of Pokemon. It'd be really hard to make another Pikachu. Oh my god, can I win? I can win. I just wish that there were more creative stories. Like, I'm sick of them remaking Pinocchio. I'm sick of them remaking Little Mermaid. I'm sick of them remaking Lion King. I'm sick, like, just, I want them to make something new. But I think it's hard because I think the people that originally made it, like, the people that originally made, like, Pinocchio, like, Disney, like, the good Disney stuff, they died. Hmm. Buy that.
Better hire a recruit while you
Buy this.
go ahead and hire one
Ooh.
of these recruits.
No. Huh. Low key, I think this is not as good as magnetizing that and then casting this. I think that should go first. This should go next. Maybe this.
You're doing great out there.
So I send this guy in first. He does AoE to air. What? Oh, what the fuck? I know it does damage to all units. No, he hit the perfect one. I think it's hard to create something new. It takes a lot of time.
I've got some
I think it's like impossible almost. Okay, fuck this. I did not read what this card does.
Go ahead and hire one of these recruits. I like where you're going with this.
Steady hand.
My friends who work in animation all said that Marvel went from top 10 dream companies to work in to something they should avoid at all costs. I did that same with Facebook. I think Facebook used to be like one of the top tech giants, and everyone was like hella hyped to work there, and then just like Facebook fell off really hard. Like all they have is Instagram going for them. Oh, fuck. Wait, this guy has a deck similar to mine. Okay, low key. I should play World of Warcraft. Yeah, this is a cat. So that's the first time I've ever seen that cat, but that guy's like pretty lit. Alright, now that I showed you guys the game I'm addicted to. Chunky, played MapleStory ever? Yeah. A girl I liked in high school played MapleStory, and then I played. Oh, I played because she played, and I was like, the things that you do to impress someone you like is unbelievable. I didn't even like MapleStory though because I played WoW at the time, and MapleStory felt like a worse WoW. Okay. There's World of Warcraft maintenance at 7 a.m. to 8. During this time, you cannot play. There's also PDT. I don't know what the fuck that means. I'll have a setup command later today. My case came in today, so hopefully with John, I could build my PC. Right now, my PC is like open. So like all the guts of my PC. Oh, I see what you mean. Like I'm unfocused now. I think it's because I slouch. PC build video, please. Okay, if I made a PC build video, it would actually just be John building my PC and then me just plugging stuff in. Because John actually understands how a PC's made. I don't really get it. Is sleeping now healthy though? Gotta be up in a couple hours, right? No, I have to be up. I have to be up in 10 hours. But I have to write some podcast stuff later today. So let me think. It would be really unhealthy if I didn't sleep at all. I think that would be irresponsible. I think I have to sleep some because then I'm not going to be entertaining on stream or whatever. You should just be giving Valorant tips while watching. Dude, that's it, Loopy. Like I'm like the kid in the group college project that's not helping at all, but everyone thinks I'm helping. Would you ever do a subathon? Yeah, I would. If I ever did a subathon though, I think I would do it uncapped. Because I think that that's like the true way to do it. Hi, Anadin. No, I'm not doing a subathon now. All right, guys. I'm going to head out. You guys are the goats. You guys climb mountains. You guys eat grass. I was supposed to play WoW. And I didn't expect to stream for this long, but I know, and then you just got here, but I like gotta go. But I hope I made you guys laugh. I appreciate you all. You know what? Fuck it. We'll podcast. How about we just podcast again at 2 a.m.? I'll see you guys at 2. I'll see you guys either at 2 a.m. or I'll see you guys at midnight, okay? We'll podcast. I'll play World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft doesn't take any brain power for me, so you can ask me questions like a podcast while playing, and I do hardcore. All right. I'll catch you guys later. Good night, everyone. Make sure you brush your teeth and shower. If you do not brush your teeth and shower, I'm going to find you and I'm going to beat you up. All right. Adios, everyone. I'll see you guys in less than 24 hours. I'll also be on Jody's stream, 6 p.m. All right. Good night, everyone. Good night, children.